buongiorno, buongiorno a tutte e tutti.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti a questa seconda giornata di Making South. Sono molto contenta di essere qui con voi oggi a parlare di cibo per nutrire il pianeta Terra, a parlare di education, a parlare di competenze. Oggi pomeriggio parleremo dall'Italia al mondo, quindi come vedrete nel susseguirsi dei prossimi incontri, ci saranno degli incontri nei quali ci connetteremo con nostri partner da un po' tutte le parti del mondo, parleremo un po' in italiano, un po' in inglese e cercheremo di costruire ponti, che è la cosa che ci piace di più. Per cominciare però vorrei chiamare qui con me innanzitutto Marco Bellezza, CEO di Infratel, e poi si connetterà con noi un altro amico di Isola, Vittorio La Placa, che è il responsabile retail business Sicilia di Unicredit. Marco, siediti qui con me perché, è fondamentale, secondo me, sottolineare il fatto che un progetto come Isola nasce da partnership, nasce da un ecosistema. E oggi noi parliamo di competenze, parliamo di connessioni, parliamo di sapere, ma per fare tutto questo è necessaria un'infrastruttura. E in questi mesi ho avuto modo di scoprire che il nostro paese sta facendo tantissimo e quindi per iniziare questo pomeriggio in cui ci dovremo connettere con il mondo non poteva essere meglio che invitare qui con me Infratel.
Sì, buonasera a tutti. Oggi piano piano siamo... Ieri avevo giacca e cravatta, oggi mi sono risparmiato la giacca, domani conto di venire in pantaloncini in modo da lentamente assumere una maggiore confidenza con questi luoghi. Sì, questa mattina siamo stati col mio gruppo di lavoro in uno dei cantieri che abbiamo qui vicino a Catania proprio per verificare lo stato di avanzamento delle infrastrutture e nell'ultimo anno e mezzo sostanzialmente siamo passati da 74 comuni collegati a oltre 2000 comuni collegati, di cui circa 200 qui in Sicilia. L'attività del piano banda ultralarga è un'attività che vede in particolare come target quelli che sono i territori marginali del Paese, quindi quelle aree dove gli operatori privati non hanno manifestato delle intenzioni di investimento e quindi arriva il pubblico attraverso la concessione di Open Fiber a realizzare l'infrastruttura. Quello che adesso ci impegnerà anche evidentemente con il PNRR, i nuovi fondi che arriveranno e saranno dedicati alle infrastrutture digitali, certamente si dovrà continuare. L'obiettivo che è stato dichiarato dal Governo è quello di arrivare al 2026 avendo traguardato obiettivi che la Commissione europea ci dà per il 2030, quindi volendo addirittura anticipare la penetrazione delle infrastrutture digitali del Paese. È chiaro che accanto alla realizzazione dell'infrastruttura, che è compito importante, è assolutamente primario e non semplice da conseguire nel nostro Paese, bisogna anche della sfida più importante, sarà la sfida che in realtà come Isola dovranno anche saper cogliere, quella di realizzare contenuti e di consentire l'utilizzazione massiva delle infrastrutture che si realizzano, realizzando nuovi contenuti, nuovi servizi e attorno alle comunità attorno all'infrastruttura aggregare comunità, che è un po' la missione che Antonio e il suo gruppo di lavoro ha voluto assumere, ed è anche la ragione per la quale in maniera entusiastica, non appena Antonio ci ha raccontato il progetto, come Infratel abbiamo aderito convintamente e proveremo a portare il nostro contributo di competenza al servizio di questa realtà.
Ti ringrazio moltissimo e ovviamente dobbiamo sottolineare il fatto che questo è un punto che si connette in realtà con tanti altri punti e tante altre iniziative che oggi stanno nascendo, in particolarmente, mi viene da dire, nel sud Italia. Quando Antonio Perdichizzi mi ha raccontato il sogno di Isola, ovviamente mi si è aperto il cuore. Noi oggi pomeriggio esploreremo l'ecosistema di Future Food e vi rendete conto che facciamo parte di un grande arcipelago di isole, proprio come ieri pomeriggio raccontavamo. Ma ti voglio chiedere un'altra cosa. I mesi a venire cosa ci porteranno? Perché sicuramente la pandemia ci ha stravolto, ci ha cambiato la vita, ci siamo trovati a lavorare in contesti che non conoscevamo prima, a cambiare le nostre abitudini, ci siamo resi conto che la connessione è essenziale. E io devo dire che in questi mesi sto vedendo un grandissimo fermento che sta partendo in particolar modo qui, nelle aree rurali, nelle zone che prima magari non erano così tanto battute, non erano tanto vissute dai giovani. Voi vi state muovendo tantissimo. Cosa ci porteranno i prossimi mesi?
La pandemia nella sua drammaticità che ancora ci tocca ha consentito di fare al Paese in qualche modo un salto quantico importante proprio in termini di utilizzo dell'infrastruttura, no? Come spesso dico, se ci fossimo visti nel 2018 un incontro sul livello di penetrazione della banda ultralarga e l'importanza della banda ultralarga per il futuro del Paese avrebbe interessato 4 persone, ed eravamo sempre noi 4 in qualche modo che provavamo a spingere questo tipo di infrastruttura, adesso invece è un tema all'ordine del giorno sia della politica che del dibattito pubblico nel suo complesso. Ed è anche una grande occasione per le aree marginali per riacquistare centralità nelle dinamiche di sviluppo, quello che sta facendo Future Food a Pollica piuttosto che in altre realtà che ho avuto l'occasione di vedere qualche settimana fa, quello che fa Antonio qui a Catania, quello che proveremo a fare in Puglia, da pugliese lo dico perché insomma in qualche modo poi proponiamo sempre posti brutti con poca storia e con poche potenzialità evidentemente.
Soprattutto posti dove si mangia male.
Dove peraltro si mangia male, quindi no, però è importante provare a diffondere, valorizzare questi luoghi, provare a creare reti di connessione tra questi luoghi e valorizzando quello che poi è un carattere del nostro paese, no? Il carattere policentrico del paese si deve sposare anche da un carattere policentrico dei sistemi di innovazione, che non significa sottrarre niente a realtà consolidate a livello internazionale come Milano o Roma, ma significa diffondere l'innovazione e poi le sfide per questi territori sono soprattutto in qualche modo indurre gli abitanti, i cittadini più giovani a non andarsene e a rimanere per costruire qualcosa per la propria comunità.
Hai proprio ragione, hai parlato di innovazione. Per fare innovazione serve l'ecosistema, servono le competenze e ne parleremo oggi pomeriggio, servono le infrastrutture, ma servono anche le risorse. E quindi vorrei chiamare, anche se solo telefonicamente, Vittorio Laplaca di Unicredit, perché oggi parleremo anche di imprenditorialità e di come si supportano gli imprenditori. E quindi se Vittorio è connesso, benvenuto in Isola.
Buonasera a tutti. Buonasera a tutti. Buonasera.
Grazie mille per essere qui con noi, la tecnologia se non altro ci assiste. Vorrei capire un pochino per quale motivo Unicredit ha deciso di supportare questo ecosistema, questa iniziativa, e anche qui cosa ci aspetta il futuro?
Allora, spero mi sentiate bene, anche perché abbiamo fatto veramente un lavoro di resilienza digitale importante con i tecnici, perché sono connesso col mio cellulare, quindi diciamo che spero che sia fluido il messaggio e arrivi praticamente
Perfetto.
chiaro. Bene, allora sostanzialmente Unicredit in Sicilia è il main player bancario, per cui insomma siamo vicini a tante aziende, abbiamo oltre 60.000 aziende clienti. La questione, diciamo, qui oggi è quella di dire siamo presenti anche per gli investimenti delle nostre imprese che si occupano di. Abbiamo scoperto che non è soltanto un tema di fabbisogno finanziario, ma spesso è un tema praticamente di networking e di valorizzazione di sull'imprenditoriale. Abbiamo internazionalizzato tante nostre aziende e soprattutto vorremmo che loro vivessero l'esperienza imprenditoriale come praticamente una sfida, insomma, che poi sono diciamo un po' le sinergie che il territorio l'esperienza più importante degli ultimi tempi, diciamo, è quella che abbiamo messo in campo con Feedback, una società di comunicazione siciliana, per intenderci su stress, insomma, San Vito, la parte occidentale della Sicilia, ma insomma auspichiamo di realizzare cose analoghe anche in Sicilia orientale, dove comunque abbiamo cercato di sviluppare un percorso di academy delle nostre imprese attraverso dei contesti digitali, una palestra vera e propria digitale fatta nell'anno del Covid, penso una grande, diciamo, e importante testimonianza di vicinanza anche a quello che può essere un po' il nuovo modo di fare business delle aziende del futuro. Quindi presenta la tua azienda, presenta il tuo prodotto ambassador, metti in vetrina praticamente i tuoi prodotti e soprattutto praticamente raccontali secondo quelle che sono un po' anche i legami di enogastronomia e turismo praticamente esperienziali. Quindi diciamo tutte queste sono un po' le ricette sulle quali abbiamo lavorato negli ultimi tempi. Cercheremo, credo, praticamente di farlo anche in tempi brevi, perché purtroppo il mercato di chi ha più risorse finanziarie rispetto ai siciliani si muove con una dinamica molto forte, per cui guardo alle piattaforme di e-commerce come fagocitatori, diciamo, di mercato, quindi gente sulla quale oggettivamente bisogna un po' stare attenti. Per cui io onestamente l'indirizzo che ho dato, diciamo, alle micro realtà aziendali del mondo del food in Sicilia è stata quella di intanto conoscersi, fare squadre insieme e soprattutto presentarsi al mercato con un'idea sicuramente di aggregazione e di sinergia, perché da soli purtroppo si può fare da poco, si può solo sopravvivere. L'ultima cosa, volevo fare un ringraziamento ad Antonio, perché qui è il nostro testimone del Sisi di Digital Day. Abbiamo fatto anche un percorso nostro interno, dal glorioso banco in Sicilia fino a Credit, nella digitalizzazione dei nostri clienti. E quello che praticamente mi piace rappresentare è che Antonio in quell'occasione insomma, è stato un main testimonial, diciamo, di quello che può essere un po' il nuovo modo anche di fare servizi in banca. Spesso e volentieri in quest'ultimo anno siamo stati costretti a dover fare banca in maniera completamente diversa. È un po' la stessa cosa, spero che si possa muovere nel mondo del food, insomma, nell'accrescere un po' le competenze digitali degli imprenditori del mondo del food. Questo è un po' l'augurio che passare in questa finestra.
Via questo pomeriggio. Abbiamo voluto chiamare questo pomeriggio insieme Reset, Reboot e Restart. È arrivato il momento di resettare tutto quello che magari abbiamo fatto non proprio benissimo fino ad oggi. Dobbiamo resettare il sistema e siamo pronti a ripartire. Siamo pronti a ripartire dalle competenze, dai valori e mi viene da dire anche dal Mediterraneo. Non a caso siamo qui oggi. Grazie mille Marco per il tuo supporto, per aver creduto in Isola e non solo in Isola, nell'arcipelago di Isola che comprende tante altre tappe che ci porteranno in Campania, a Brindisi e in giro per il Mediterraneo. E ora ringrazio chi ci sta seguendo su tutti i canali social e comincio anche a dare il benvenuto un po' ai nostri ospiti internazionali perché cominciamo adesso a esplorare altri ambiti e parleremo di food, parleremo di competenze, ma vi voglio spiegare innanzitutto perché abbiamo chiamato questo pomeriggio e questa iniziativa Food for Earth, cibo per il pianeta Terra. E qui mi connetto con il G20 and I'm gonna switch to English. So, 8 years ago, we started with our journey at Future Food Institute. And I was at the G20. At the G20, for the first time, I was an entrepreneur like Antonio. I was joining different task force meetings. And for the first time, someone told me that the food industry was one of the most impactful on the global health. And of course, thinking about the crucial role of our country this year, because in Italy we are, let's say, very lucky. We never say that in Italy we are lucky, but we are very, very lucky. This year, we're going to be the crossroad of the most important conversation in the planet. Our country is hosting the G20 summit, but also in July, our country is going to host the pre-UN Food System Summit. For the first time in history, the United Nations announced that it's crucial to fix the problems of the food systems. Food systems are at the epicenter. Food is the nexus between society and the planet, which are our needs and the needs of the planet. And also, our country, together with the United Kingdom, is going to host the pre-COP26, the big climate summit. So, we are lucky because we can be part of the conversation. And together with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, as Future Food, we decided to follow all the ministerial meeting of the G20. And we are going to gather together with many different stakeholders around the food system to investigate the connection between food and finance and education and labor and all the different issues. So we really think that food is at the epicenter. Yesterday, I was mentioning that. Food is culture, food is identity, food is part of our rituals, food is families, connection. Behind food, there are tons of geopolitical implications, but food is also nourishment. And the food system is also one of the most impactful, as I was saying before, on the health of the planet. So we are, at the Future Food Institute, an ecosystem. And I want to show you that. Because together with the FAO, when in 2015 the Sustainable Development Goals came to life, we started understanding that food is really connected with all the different elements of our life. Food and how we manage food, how we produce food, is connected with the health of the planet and the resources that are available. Food and the way we manage food, but also how we manage our clothes, the energy of our life, needs to change, and we have to implement circular mindset. But also, food is part of our identity and is creating prosperity. And behind food, there are tons of diplomatic issues. How we decided to manage that? Building an ecosystem. And as you see, there is also Future Food Mediterranean. And we decided to create an ecosystem focused on 3 different dimensions. And the first one is the one that is going to involve us today. We're going to talk about knowledge, we're going to talk about learnings, and every opportunity that gives us the opportunity to grow and learn new skills. So we think absolutely that society and the community is crucial, so spaces like Isola are at the epicenter of our activities because we need spaces for convening. And last but not least, innovation and research and development, because if we want to really restart, innovation and research and development are crucial as well. So now it's time to start, and we're going to explore the topic of knowledge from different dimensions. This afternoon, we are going to start to talk about how might we train and empower the leaders of the future. Then we're going to talk about teenagers and schools and what you can do in schools. And then training change makers, activists. And last but not least, kids. How might we reboot the school systems? But let's start talking with leaders. And I want to involve a young leader together with me. So please, Denise, join me on stage. Thank you for joining us. And now we are going to involve Matteo Vignoli, please join me on stage, plus 2 other friends that are going to be connected online. Cristina Petracchi from the Food and Agriculture Organization, she is the leader of the e-learning academy, so together with us, she is organizing amazing boot camps in 10 different countries of the world and digitally as well, and plus, Carlo Giardinetti, who's connected from Switzerland, he is the Dean of Franklin University. And I want to start from Carlo. And why? Because Denise, she just graduated, and I want her to ask tricky question to the Dean. Please, so let's start. Let's see if Carlo is connected. Okay, we start with the video. And Carlo is here, yes.
Food is a life force for our families, cultures, and community. But the world has never produced and consumed so much food as today. This is why it's one of the main causes of climate change, and we're living one of the most critical moments in the history of food. The food system is a complex web of activities involving production, processing, transportation, and consumption. By 2050, demand for food will grow by 70%, and food system will need to feed over 10 billion of people, from which more than 50% will be living in urban areas. Since I was a child, I always had a great passion for food. I grew up in Sicily, the land of agriculture, with a strong culture for sustainable cooking and healthy diet, not only for my own well-being, but also to reduce the environmental impact. The deep connection and love, passion that I have for nature guide me into a new vision. A new sustainable food system where everyone has access to nutritional food, while we are reducing the environmental impacts and improving socio-economic welfare. A sustainable food system that is therefore protective and respectful for biodiversity, as well as human well-being and social equity. A world where poverty is no longer acceptable.
Young leaders can play a crucial role in the future of food systems. Food systems are facing a huge crisis because we all know how much our food choices are related to the major impacts we are causing on the environment. And connected to that, there is an entire production system that needs to be reshaped.
One of my passions is to give voice to the farmers, create bridges between rural and urban areas. I'm highly committed to engaging in action with others to make a sustainable difference in our organization and communities, to change the direction of economies and societies. My mission is contributing to create a more just and sustainable world where we can prevent injustice against people, the environment and animals. This guides me to Franklin Master Program in Responsible Management for Climate Action in partnership with UNIDAR.
Today, if we talk about, in particular, management and leadership, we live in a transition time, in a big disruption, where there's a lot to unlearn from the past, and a lot of courage to learn unknown things for the future.
Youth has been always leading the most critical battles in the history. Every time there was something good to fight for, there were youth leading those protests. And now we need to transform protest into proposal, into practice. And so this is time for youth to take the protest into action. As part of the core programs of the Future Food Institute, and this is exactly what we are sharing with Franklin, is really to inspire youth and give them the opportunity to talk with the biggest diversity of voices, to really understand what food system needs.
Thanks to Franklin Master Program, I got all the tools to follow my vision, and I will be working together with the Future Food Institute and FIO to coordinate the global food agenda for the G20.
Thank you, Denise. Now, please challenge the Dean.
Yes, absolutely. I would say, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here, and I would say also that if I realized this video is definitely thanks to the support of Franklin and Future Food Institute, so thank you for that. And Carlo, let me ask a few questions that I think are really important to explain why it's so important to innovate in the education system. So, can Carlo should be joining
Eccolo.
us here. That's great. So, Carlo, I would like to ask you how to create and facilitate a multiple stakeholders learning platform in 21st century.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for this opportunity to be with you there. Would have certainly loved to be there in person, but I couldn't. I hope I can hear a big echo. I hope it's getting better. Okay, it's getting better. Okay. Sorry. Is there something I can do on my side? Is it better now? Okay, good. Okay. So how to facilitate learning in a multi-stakeholder platform? I think the first thing is to accept that the role of universities has to change and is changing. I think in the past, universities have been seen as somehow custodians and curators of knowledge. And in the future, in my view, they will have more of a role of facilitator for new knowledge to emerge. And this is what can be done if you think of a university as a hub for knowledge, rather than the creator of knowledge. There will always be research and expertise coming out from universities. However, I believe that when it comes to learning about systems and learning about solutions for systems, we need to have a different approach. An approach that involves multi-stakeholders at the table, and an approach that goes away from thinking of knowledge as a transaction, somebody that have the knowledge that has to pass the knowledge to somebody else, and instead of thinking of ecosystem of creation or co-creation of knowledge, there will be a space for experts, but different experts can bring their point of view, their expertise, and then together we create the puzzle of the new knowledge that can serve as a solution for a system. This cannot be written in a textbook. I don't think so. It has to emerge into a learning platform. So that's, I think, it's in brief how we can think of a multi-stakeholder platform of learning, Denise.
I think my voice is wrong side on
No.
the microphone. Yeah.
Okay. I will also ask you how evolve the relationship between a student, professor, following a systematic approach, because I think that's one of the key aspects of Franklin University, Switzerland.
I think what we are trying to do is to revisit the role of a professor and the role of a student as co-creator of emerging knowledge. And I think a key approach is to learn and understand in a humble way that the world has 4 or 5 generations that are living together simultaneously, and each of them can contribute with knowledge to the systemic issues that we are trying to solve. And so being an expert, it's not necessarily anymore being a professor, and being a student, it doesn't have to be interpreted anymore as a passive learner. So if I think of professor and students in the future, I think as actors that invest what they know and what they would like to know and learn into a common process of learning. So in the future, I would imagine that professors learn more and more how to ask powerful questions rather than how to provide powerful answers. And I would love to see students with less of an expectation to come into a university and being told what is right and what is wrong, and rather coming to a university ready to contribute with what their idea of the future, and also coming to contribute with their powerful questions. And what does this mean in practical ways? It means that we have to imagine different types of programs, more structured as an open platform, and expose the students and the professors to different dynamics of teaching and learning. And we are trying to do that, frankly, university students, with lots of difficulties. We are no experts in that. We can claim that we are trying hard. And maybe I have a question for you, Denise, as you have just completed the master with us. In your experience, in what you have experienced as a different type of program, a master program, what suggestions can you give to the students who are now making their choices to go into a master program or in a bachelor program, and maybe they have the courage to choose different type of programs, let's say less traditional? What is your suggestion for those students to feel challenged, that they are happy with the learning path?
Yeah, I personally believe that to design a successful learning journey, there are three main ingredients. The first one is have a clear learning objectives and understand, exactly identify the skills we want to develop and where we need to improve, which skills we want to acquire. In my case, for example, to explore the innovation in the agri-food system. And second one, identify people in your journey that will support to achieve your goals. And the third one is have passion and believe in what you're doing. That's my quick answer to your question. And now I will leave the stage to the rest of the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a starting point. Thank you so much, Carlo. I'm sure that in Switzerland is much cooler than now here in Sicily. It's pretty hot, but it's amazing, as you can imagine. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much, Denise. And now, let's go on, and let's talk with another professor. Because we have been talking about inspiring leaders, inspiring food leaders. But we want them to be inspired to do something meaningful. And so, Matteo Vignoli, he's the co-founder with me of the Future Food Institute. And when we started 8 years ago, we really had the dream to reboot the food system. But how you can reboot the food system if you're going to make the same thing in the same way? So, of course, working with Matteo is every single day very inspiring because he's studying innovation methodologies. He's teaching people how to become an innovator. And together with Matteo, in these years, we have been studying how we can also reboot the way how we make innovation in the food system. And so I wanted to have him together with us today because we have been studying and testing methodologies that now we are teaching to the young leaders that are going to reboot the food system. Matteo, let's talk about prosperity thinking.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, everybody. It's a journey because the hardest change is change of mindset. Because most people, are used to do things the way they do, but they don't realize that in order to change the world, they need to change their, perspective to it. So we wanted to give a different opportunity to people to understand how the world is and to give their voice tools to actually change their perspective and change their actions. So prosperity thinking is this, and start from the concept of Anthropocene, which is this idea that we are in a world that is human-made, human-created, human-ruled. And there was a study in Nature last year, in 2020, that the weight of all human-made artifacts has exceeded the overall living mass on the planet. And that means that concrete, plastic, rubber, metals, all the things that we created now are more than everything living in our planet. And this is a singularity. It's a point of no return, because it means that all these things that we created are more than us. And why so? Why that happened? Why we were not able to dispose, to, secure a way for this waste to be, disposed properly in our planet? Because of this. Because in our elementary education, they told us that we are at the top of the pyramid. And this is like a picture from, elementary school book that says a very wrong message. First, because there is a man on top of a pyramid, and that's the first wrong message. Second, because there is humans on top of the pyramid. This is the food pyramid. We can eat them all. This is wrong. It's not true that we are on top of a food pyramid. Some people say, just throw away stuff. Eat and throw away. But the concept of away, as Mark Buckley always says, does not exist. If you throw things away, you should say, I throw things here in my planet. There's no away. If you throw things here, they will stay here. The plastic will be, washed by the rain, go into the river, and then into the ocean, eaten by the fish, and then we're gonna eat the plastic, because there's no away. Because we are not in an ecosystem. We are in an ecosystem where everything is connected. And we need to find ways to, design for the whole, including us, not for us. And that comes from almost 100 years where we started to produce not the things that we needed, but to fulfill a market, right? To pursue a concept of selling for the sake of profit. And this created Anthropocene. And along this journey, 50 years ago and so, we started to say, we don't need to produce products, we need to produce products for the people. So we introduced the concept of human-centered, or human centricity, or human-centered design, to change, the fact of making people want things to making things people want. But that's not enough. I mean, it's nice to have a disposable plastic plate when we are in a party, because we don't want to wash it. But then this plate will stay for us for 1,000 years. Why? Because we didn't consider us as part of an ecosystem. We didn't have tools to design better solutions that are, yes, convenient, but also sustainable. Are, yes, human-centered, but also consider that we are not in an infinite system. We have finite resources, and we need to consider those when we design, not later, right? When you have your oceans, your beaches around here that are polluted, it's too late to be just sustainable. We need to regenerate our thinking. We need to regenerate our action so that at design time we have better solutions. And that why we wanted to introduce in our innovation journey also the planet means. Because we cannot only consider humans. By doing so, we generated waste. We need to consider also the planet means. And yes, those things should not be there if they are wrong for our planet, because in the long run, our children will pay the consequences. And this is a model that we use to explain that, because we think that there is a green area of innovation. Because if you go down this area, you basically go below the social foundation and people will not use what you design, which is also a waste, right? All the products that are on the market that people will never use, all the things you have in your house that you never used, is also a waste. But you cannot go above the ecological sinning, because it means that you are stealing from your future. So that's the green zone that we need to target. And it's not enough to say, change the system. Because the system is made of small individual acts. Every time you go in your supermarket, you are making a political choice. You are, the one that is choosing between this product and that product. So we need to link the macro system, be sustainable, with the micro, decision that we make every day. How? With better product, with better services. Because we need to have those available. Otherwise, we know that if we are thirsty and there is only, a plastic bottle, we're using it. So we need better solutions so that it's possible to link what we all know, that we are polluting and consuming the resources of our planet, with the micro decision that we make every day and we are responsible for. And food is the industry that it's more intimate to everybody. Food is the industry that touches everybody intimately. Is one of the biggest industry in the planet, 13 billion. If we change food, we change our planet. Because it goes into all the living creatures. So that's why we choose food as the industry to spread this message, and we created prosperity thinking as the methodology to include this planet thinking and this human thinking, so that we can have this sweet spot of innovation where we have new product, new services that serves the need of the people, but do not overshoot the means of the planet. How we do that? We do that by educating young generation leader to change the way they think about the future, to go in the companies and say, no, this is not right, because we didn't consider the planet in our innovation journey, okay? And not later, not talking about waste, because this is, trying to fix something which is already broken, but create things that do not generate waste. And we focus on the challenge. We think that, as Carlo Giarnetti was saying, questions are the most generative and important tools that we have. Asking people how. That's why the start of our journey is to find the balance between planet and people. So study people need and also planet means, and form a challenge that includes both elements, and find the balance between those two, so that people can, address the issue of having portable drinking water without polluting the environment with material that stays with us for 1,000 years. So, we are the generation that cannot say we didn't know. We are the generation that discover that there is climate change, that we are polluting our environment, that we created more human-made artifacts than all the living biomass on the planet, and we cannot say we didn't know. So the challenge is this: how you want to be remembered. I mean, we can be remembered as the one that, knowing that, continue to overshoot our planet's means and destroyed our planet, or we can be remembered as the ones that decided that we want to change things and we saved our planet. I know at which side I want to be in, and I hope you are with me.
Thank you so much, Matteo. The message is clear, and we know where we want to stay. And now let's go on connecting dots, because we have here with us Cristina Petracchi from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And of course, what Matteo was sharing about prosperity thinking is something that has been involving Cristina and FAO so much, because we decided to start to study this new methodology when working with FAO, we get inspired by the Sustainable Development Goals. So in 2015, the SDGs were announced, and we started really thinking, how might we make a more resilient food system, having the Sustainable Development Framework as kind of a compass that can help us on making innovation more sustainable and more impactful. And with Cristina, actually, we started a very impactful journey, because since the beginning, we've been working with hundreds of food and climate shapers. We won an award as the best educational program of the years for studies abroad together a few weeks ago. And we've been organizing marathons connecting the planet and the ones that are changing communities in every part of the world. Cristina, I'm so glad you are here with us. Thank you so much for joining. And let's say, I have been very inspired by what FAO is doing. And overall, I was very inspired to know how much knowledge and how many courses are already available for all the people working in the food system in the planet. So I would love you to share what you're doing, leading the FAO e-Learning Academy.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thanks to Future Food Institute for inviting me to this side event. It is really a pleasure and an honor to be with you, and to basically follow up on what Mr. Vignoli was mentioning. In order to be able to face all the global challenges we have, we need competent professionals which are able and capable of taking right decisions. And we need these professionals, these leaders, also have interdisciplinary competences. And in addition to these interdisciplinary competences, also have good personal skills. We need to be able to communicate, to listen, and this is exactly the objective of the FAO e-Learning Academy. The objective is to transfer competences based on the professional profiles that we need to have to face all the global challenges. So the FAO e-Learning aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals framework, as you were mentioning. It is a free multilingual platform. Everything that is offered free of charge as a global public good. And so far we have reached 700,000 learners throughout the world. Let me go back quickly to the competences I was mentioning. So the different areas that are covered are, of course, climate change, sustainable food systems, food waste, but also crop improvement, also gender-related issues, sustainable management of forestry, sustainable management of fisheries, basically a number of thematic areas which are related, of course, to the sustainable development goals and also to the global challenges we have that were also mentioned by Mr. Vignon. Just very, very quickly, I have to mention also that we work with organizations. So FAO E-Learning Academy is really the result of effort that involves a number of regional organizations like ESA, ECOWAS, SILS, the International Federation of Red Cross, the EU, but also all the different also, so UNICEF, WFP, etc. We also work a lot with universities and academic institutions. We have created a number of masters and postgraduate degrees where the universities integrate the courses as part of their offerings. We also work a lot with NGOs and CSOs. We have here on the slide we have mentioned some of them, and we are noticing a great interest also of private sector. So just very quickly, if any of you is interested, we also work a lot and support a number of human networks. So if you are ever interested in some of these, you can contact me and I can share the information. But I would like to go back to what we were mentioning before, and especially innovation. I think that to see the transformation that we want towards sustainability, innovation is crucial, and innovation is important to also change the mindset. Exactly, the mindset, exactly what Mr. Vignoli was mentioning. So I'm talking about innovation in the design of what we offer, in the content, and also in the pedagogical models and learning solutions that we offer. So innovation in the design, we do it by adopting a collaborative multi-stakeholder learning needs assessment. So the curricula that we develop, we always make together with the target audiences, with the, but also with partners, with the non-state actors. And what is fundamental is to look at the job tasks and also at the professional profiles that we support. We do this multi-stakeholders collaborative learning together with the target audience. And this is fundamental because it allows to better target what we do. I also wanted to mention that for the content, we use also, we try to use as much as possible cutting edge evidence-based knowledge, innovative methodologies and practices. We are also, as I mentioned, very much aligned with the competencies required and the professional profiles we are targeting. And of course, everything is gender and culturally sensitive, and this is fundamental. Regarding the innovation in our pedagogical models and learning solutions, always be follow the pace in adult learning, and we try to use pedagogical aids and avatars. We use serious learning games, we use telling, case-based scenarios and simulations. So we try to also diversify our learning methodologies. And we use different delivery solutions also. So in addition to e-learning courses, the FAO E-Learning Academy also does webinars, mobile learning, MOOCs, certified blended learning programs, and university learning programs. We also have documented all 15 years of experience of the academy, and the new publication that is now available in the links here, and we'll do an official launch of this publication, the methodologies, on 15 July. I also wanted to mention, and I will be concluding, is that among the innovative methodologies we are using promote sustainability. With the Food Institute, we have, as Sarah was mentioning, we have delivered two global 24-hour marathons on sustainability, which have been extremely successful worldwide, reaching 150,000 views per. We are also using innovative technology with client shapers bootcamps, and I have to mention that the next one will be in Mexico, and we will invite you all to come and join us. And there will be also the next one in Polica from 6 to 12 September this year. Just a few words to mention that we also organize international technical webinars together with the Future Food Institute. So our collaboration really covers a number of methodologies and learning solutions. We try to always provide all the information, document all our webinars. All the information is available on the FAO e-learning academy, together with the statistics that we collect for each international webinar. I would like to conclude also that one part that is also fundamental for the professionals that we want to see is certification. And it's a very versatile certification method, which is based on the digital badge certification system. And this system allows to really match opportunities with the competences that people acquire. And so once you earn your badge, it can follow you in your LinkedIn, in your e-portfolio, in your CV. And it's a transparent, impartial, and evidence-based accreditation system that we are using. These are some examples of the badges that we have designed for our courses. These are the ones for the educators. And these are the links to some of our publications. If you're interested, they are all available on the FAO Learning Academy. And I would like to thank you all very much for your attention and for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's great the journey we're doing. Almost 500,000 people every year get trained by FAO, and we have plenty of opportunities also this summer. And from let's say next Friday, is going to start also our digital bootcamp. So thank you so much, Matteo. And now we jump into the discussion talking about youth. And I want to invite already Sonia to join me on stage. And I want to have that connection We have two friends connected, but we're going to talk about cosmopolites. So I thought to have you close with me, because maybe we can interact with them. This year, we had the chance to work with 26,000 students all over Italy, training them and letting them understanding which are the skills we need to better understand the complexity of our society. And I want to invite now on this virtual stage with me, Gabriele Lanfranchi, who's the founder of Cosmopolites. We, as Future Food Institute, this year, we decided to support this program because this program is really helping youth to connect the dots within the society, talking about the different role of the people working within the ecosystem, talking about the role of laws, talking about digitalization, talking about environment, climate change. And we were, first of all, going in the classroom, working with them, sharing with them both experiences and knowledge, giving them the opportunity to talk with business leaders, practitioners, and also professors. Then we involved them in a hackathon. We had more than 100 teams and 500 guys working together and fighting together, finding solutions to hack the system. And last but not least, in 3 weeks, we are going to host them in our boot camp, in our campus down in Pollica. So I don't know if Gabriele is connected. Yes?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome, welcome, Gabriele.
Hello, hi Sara, hi
Gabriele
Sonia.
and Luca also. Okay, perfetto. Gabri, tell us something about Cosmopolites.
Yes, Cosmopolites. Okay, I'm Gabriele Lafranchi and I'm a high school teacher, philosophy teacher. And Cosmopolites was born with a lot of friends because the newness of civic education in Italy has been a great possibility to innovate the education, and in this way I'm convinced and to bring a new education through the meeting between students, teachers, and a lot of and a network, research centers, industries, institutions. So we involved in this project thousands of students, hundreds of schools all around Italy, and I met Sara and all the Future Food Institute, and together we wanted to give an opportunity in this pandemic year that has been very tough for the school system. And we had an experience, a unique experience in March with over than 500 students divided in teams. We did a digital hackathon with the Commission, European Commission, and it was a challenge. It has been a challenge for the students, but above all for the teachers, I can say. Because together with Sara and Sonia and all the others, we wanted to give an opportunity to rethink the way of teaching, a way of valuing the work of the youth, and it has been incredible doing this with a lot of partners, and we are really grateful for the contribution that everybody has given to the project, to the hackathon in the school. We called it hackathon in the school because we believe that hackathon can bring a new air, we can say, a freshness in the way of education and teaching.
With both the guys, youth, and the teachers. And I see every single day how many efforts teachers had to do to keep the youth engaged this year under the pandemic, where everybody was disconnected physically. So I want to ask you very briefly, what did you learn as a teacher about the system, and what do you think that needs to be changed?
I learned that a youth can, how can I say, we have to teach in a different way. I mean, we have to involve the students like main actors of knowledge and of the process of learning something. We have to rethink the teaching, starting from the youth and from the need of the planet and the society. Yeah, I can say this.
I agree. And I think that another very inspiring thing that we have been seeing is that we were able to break the silos. We were able to involve experts, professors, industries, small startuppers and activists, all in the same environment. And we started learning together and working together. So We have another guest today because we wanted to invite one of the companies that were supporting and that were part of the journey. But before inviting Luca, I would love to show the very, very little video we did at the end of the process. Of course, was a digital program, so it was very tough to create emotions and create the emotional engagement just through a digital tool. But we were able to do it, and at least to activate the connection.
Let me say that when I saw a young girl crying or somebody trying to hug, everybody, it has been amazing, because I couldn't believe, but that a digital experience could bring this sense of how can I say, unity, exactly. And it has been, we always say now that it has been, we gambled, let's say this, no? And we won this.
See the video.
Buongiorno a tutte e tutti. Siamo e saremo più di 500 ad avvicendarci su queste aule. Siamo fatti per incontrarci, per dialogare, per conoscere insieme.
Le sfide che abbiamo scelto sono sfide che a noi stanno molto a cuore, ma che pensiamo che possono essere veramente alcuni dei punti da cui partire per riprogettare il futuro insieme.
Vivere è un mestiere difficile a tutte le età, ma voi siete in un punto del mondo in cui il dolore più facilmente si fa arte. E allora suonate, cantate, scrivete, fotografate.
Siamo contenti di essere qui oggi presso la rappresentanza in Italia della Commissione Europea a raccontare il futuro che i giovani vogliono, che le vincitrici e vincitori di Hackathon nella scuola hanno progettato insieme.
Vogliamo incontrarvi per trasformare le vostre idee in qualcosa di concreto. È il momento dell'azione, è il momento della concretezza.
Nasce così un hackathon, attraverso dei processi e delle metodologie anche divertenti di divergenza e convergenza.
Il cosiddetto fattore co, cioè il fare insieme, il spendersi insieme a persone differenti ma uniti tutti quanti dallo stesso obiettivo, cioè di hackerare un problema.
Per una scuola nuova che non è solo una scuola di contenuti, ma una scuola di nuovi modi di imparare, ma anche nuovi modi di insegnare.
Verso l'Europa che vogliamo, che è un'Europa che deve lavorare con i giovani e per i giovani, che sono sicuramente sono il futuro dell'Europa e sono anche il presente.
Sicuramente è un modo nuovo di pensare al futuro.
Siamo una squadra, noi, voi, i docenti, tutti, e siamo insieme per hackerare un problema, per progettare il futuro.
Pensate che la vita è colossale, siate i ragazzi e le ragazze del prodigio.
So this was our journey, and we're very proud that Future Food Institute was one of the supporters of this program. And now I want to hear the voice of one of the industries that were with us on this journey. Because of course, we think that talking about sustainability is something very difficult, but need to start from our daily habits. And everyone can take a little role on making this change happen. And this is the reason why we want to try to connect the dots. And let's people speak and understand that also inside industries there are tons of people that are there and believe that we can do something to reboot the system. And this is the reason why we wanted to invite Luca Spadaro from Richiede and Finish that was supporting our water challenge. Luca, welcome.
Thank you, Sara. Thanks a lot for the invitation, and congratulations again also to Gabriele and you for all the huge work that has been done together, and especially with the Cosmopolitis program. If you allow me, I would like to share a small presentation.
You talk with young generation, how you can give a contribution to this transformation that is needed.
Absolutely. So if you can just confirm me that you can see the presentation.
Perfetto.
Great. And so we can start. So yes, I'm part of the group which is called the Richiede, which probably you don't know, but we are part actually of a very big group of brands that you actually are most in every house here in Italy. I'm talking about Finish, Napisan, Sole, Air, Panish, and many others. And we have as a group a clear purpose, which is to exist, to protect, heal, and nurture in the relentless pursuit of a cleaner and healthier world. And especially in the last 2 years, we have done an amazing journey, also thanks to our partners, and really a huge job has been done by Future Food Institute in this journey of bringing to concrete our commitment to our planet. With Napisan, we have done a big role on speaking about correct hygiene behaviors at home and especially in schools. And with Finish, we have done a big role with Acqua nelle nostre mani. So we really talk about probably the most important resource in the planet, water, existential for our living. And we are doing this job for a specific reason. So if we see the outlook in the future, a very important research that has been done by the World Resource Institute indicates that by 2040, Italy could reach a critical water stress level. But one of the issues that we faced also with the analysis that we have read is that Italians, in a nutshell, don't really care. Consider that we are the highest level of water consumption per capita per family in all Europe. Per day, we consume on average 220 liters of water, which is really massive, compared to an average of 165 liters of water of an average European family. So clearly, there is something that we need to do together to educate, to change the attitude of Italian consumers, but not only. So our program really aims to fight and have two key objectives. One is really raising awareness of the water scarcity issue in Italy, and then inspire and educate to change behavior at home. And we have done a lot of initiatives in this camp really to change Italian consumers at home and also the youth target, which is clearly what we need to drive the change in the world. And we do this through our communication. What you see on the right is a small communication that we have done during the World Water Day, where we state that water has an enormous weight, really to try to take the mindset of consumer to do the small change that can really matter to change the world. So what we do, and why also agriculture is a very important role in our plot, is basically we educate consumers about the risk of Italy becoming a water poor country. And what we ask to them is a small little gesture at home, which is stop rinsing. This is typical Italian of actually cleaning the dishes before putting the dishwasher. And sometimes these plates even are cleaned, perfectly clean. So we ask consumer really to stop to do this, the small attitude, which would enable us to save each time 30 liters of water. And what we do in concrete to give back, let's say, to the community, it's some activities, especially in the south of Italy, where we go to preserve water for farmers. So I will show you some examples where we have done some activities of water efficiency in the south of Italy. This journey is going in a good direction. We are proud to see that small changes are happening. So today, 70% of Italians pre-rinse their washes before putting in the dishwasher. But we are glad to see that a small step is going in the right direction. There's still a lot to do, but 700,000 families in Italy in 2020 stopped the pre-rinsing attitude. And to give you an idea of the scale of where the water has been preserved, thanks to this initiative, we are talking about 6 billion liters of water saved just last year, which equals to 2,500 swimming pools, so Olympic swimming pools. So really a small step, but by combining the action of a lot of families, it's starting to become important. Apart from the educational plot, which for us is very important, we go concretely to work to the territory, especially thanks to the work that we are doing together with the Future Food Institute, where we worked in the south of Italy in the last year for the tomato of Cilento, so in the area of Polica. And this year we're working actually in Sicily with a Sicilian startup, which is Smartalian, to preserve the water and finding some water efficient programs near the agricultural area of the Limano of Etna. And this allows us to have a clear objective, which is saving water. The target we have this year is to save 100 million liters of water. So education and concrete impact, and one of the biggest plots that we have this year is really the youth. What we have seen in our research, and has been a huge surprise for us, is that actually our adults in home that have more sustainable attitude towards towards water, towards the reduce of plastic, towards the reduce of water, of food waste, more than youth. So we really want to stimulate, thanks to the initiatives that we have done together, to change the mindset of Italian consumers and the Italian youth in particular, to change, to act. This is necessary really to change the world we have in front of us. And what we have done this year is working with Cosmopolites, which personally has been by far the best experience we have done. The ideas of the youth are just exceptional. We just need to push them, and then they come with crazy ideas which really can change the world. And at the end of this year, we are also working with another partner, which is La Fabrica, to have an educational plot regarding water in 3,000 schools here in all Italy. So this is our small step towards this big cause, but we really believe that through education, through meeting, we really can make a big difference altogether. Thank you.
So it's amazing to see also how big industries are becoming an active player into the learning journey of our students. And I want to ask to Sonia, that was part of this journey, how do you see that experiential learning is changing the way we are making education? And how do you see the involvement of business people, industries, and educators changing in the interactions with students?
Definitely, this experiential learning, it is more well defined as challenge-based learning. So it means that there is not only the experience of learning, but there is also the challenge of working together. We touched before the idea of new professor role in class. The professors are in the challenge. They don't give instruction. They are part of the project, and this is really important. And second point, I believe when we also had the meeting and dialogue with the industry after the hackathon, they told us that they were very surprised to see students so motivated and so fresh in the way how they saw the problem differently than the managers, differently than the producer, differently than the mayor of a municipality. So those young people were able to see something that they couldn't see. And this is, I believe, it's actually the most important part of this educational project, right? To get this kind of intergenerational aspect and environment that really make the things different.
I'm wondering if Gabriele and Luca are still there. What did you learn as a business person and as a professor from this experience? They're not there anymore. Okay, I'm gonna ask
I am actually.
Oh, you are there, okay.
So I think the biggest experience that I had with especially the Cosmopolites project is that the ideas are everywhere in the youth. So we just need to create the right ecosystem in Italy through this type of project to push and to enable the youth people to really bring their ideas up. I see that sometimes young people are fearing to expose themselves, and I think this is the key thing we need to do as organizations, as leaders, to really to create that right ecosystem to push young people to talk.
Yeah, and I can say that we saw the power of creativity, and that creativity is, how can I say, is there is creativity only where is a team. So we can innovate only together. And the most beautiful thing, personally, was to see my colleagues, the teacher, the professor, being mentors of the youth, working with them and pushing them to follow the rules, because we did a great job to give some rules in order to innovate, to have an idea, to bring a newness that the youth have always.
So thank you so much for the work that you all are doing. Cosmopolitas is going to grow, is going to involve even more youth. And now, from what you were saying, we're going to jump into the topic of training change makers. And this was the good starting point, because we strongly believe that this cohort of students must be change makers, because the world needs to be rebooted. So thank you, Luca. Thank you, Gabriele. And now with Sonia, let's talk about this topic, change makers. Together with them in Cosmopolitas, we've been a little bit working and warming up, asking them if they want to change the world, if they are feeling the need of changing something, because if you understand deeply what is wrong, you can become an active player within the ecosystem. And what we're doing to train change makers.
Definitely. I think what we discussed today is actually in a way summarize on what we do in the bootcamp of the Future Foodie Institute. So let me start from a story, because I'm here representing not a school but a community. And I believe this prize that was mentioned before by Sarah, we won 2 weeks ago, almost 2 weeks ago, I think, from the Go Abroad, which is the biggest organization dedicated to higher education and international education. They gave us this award as a new innovative program. And, you know, for many people, an award is the ending point. It's like, oh, we did the best and we got the award. For us, it was the starting point. It's like, oh, they gave us an award. We need to understand why we were so great, because we need to do better. And I believe this is really the point. When you got this kind of award, you have to understand what was the KPI when we designed this program. What is the impact that we want to create? And we didn't win, I believe, the award because of the people or the comments we received by the students that were all amazing. They were all saying, that was one of the best experiences of my life. I learned so much. I couldn't put my knowledge in real experience. I felt great to work with companies. I mean, that's great. We didn't win, I believe, for numbers. And we do have great numbers here. We got more than 150 people involved as guests, mentors, speakers. More, I mean, those are numbers in 2020. In 2021, we have more than 150 people involved as climate shaper, and I will tell you later who are those climate shaper. We have 20, and I would like to say 50 now local hosts, and many alumni as part of the program. We didn't win for this as well. And we didn't win because we are everywhere in the world, and we were really thinking, everything is great, but what makes this program very, very unique? I think the answer is the unique pedagogical and learning experience that the students and the participants do have through the experience that they have, because they really have the opportunity to become change maker. So let me actually ask to send a video that summarizes in a way what the digital bootcamp is, because many words are not enough to describe the activities that they were able to do it. Can you? Maybe? Yes. So I'm going to speak on the images we will see. What we have here is literally an ecosystem of learning. Ecosystem of learning means that we try to connect the dots between people that need to learn, but also from people that want to make the different things through their action, which is why this program is so innovative. It's not just like to go in a class or to listen someone speaking. It's to interact with those people and actually provide them your point of view. So this is exactly what we call it as an empathy dynamics that we can create inside of an educational program. It is an hybrid learning program. What does it mean, hybrid? Most of the people understand hybrid like half digital, half in present. Instead, I believe it's much better to define it as a program that does have tangible tools to learn. And when you have tangible tools to learn, doesn't matter if you are in a digital environment or if you are in present in the space. It's important that you are able to work together in a collaborative environment and to make the things together, to be able to see differently and to create what before already Matteo Vignoli was actually defining, this new mindset. What does it mean to get a new mindset? Those are the different tracks that all the students could actually choose, and I will tell you later exactly what are those 4 tracks. But see, through many masterclass, interactive session, but also cooking class, and in a way shared meals, the students and the participants did have the opportunity to work together. I would like the word work instead of just like listening, because this was exactly the purpose of the bootcamp. It is true that because of the pandemia, we are starting, let's stop it. Okay. Because of the pandemia, the program did need to go online. There was no other option to go online. But what I think is really important for this program is the fact that it was not an adaptation. It was a reframing of the education. So what is wrong is when you want to just recreate something that you have in present digitally and accept that students will not like it. Because this is exactly what the students experience when you provide lectures that you provide usually in present in your class in digital way. People will be bored, people will be not engaged, people will be actually not part of the learning process. So this is why the digital book, instead, it is a unique learning experience that is, first of all, intergenerational, it is transdisciplinary, it really brings the people to critical topics, and it is based on real life, so life experience, connect the life experience of people. Definitely bring science, because all the data, all the information that are provided are based on experts and people that really work in the field. And also bring the diversities of cultures, diversities also of experiences inside as a meaningful value. And this make a new approach in the way how we teach, where the community and what we can create for community becomes really our goal. So this is the learning journey, this is the model that I actually would like to say that it is in the bootcamp very well explained, but we can find this kind of methods actually applied in all the programs, educational programs that the Future Food Institutes nowadays provides. So we see this in executive program, we see this in the Cosmopolitan as well, because when, before we were touching the point about the hackathon, we were definitely thinking about the fact of bringing students in high school in this kind of process where they are inspired, there is an aspiration process, and then there is an action. So we start by giving knowledge, by giving culture, by giving information and data. Through the aspiration, we start to share real experience of people, so real life. In a way, we start to have dirty hands in, and then through the action, practically, we keep the knowledge in practical experiences. And through the prosperity thinking that Matteo already presented, we do have this process of learning becoming actually actual, but also becoming very important for creating something new. And creating something new needs actually toolkit. Every time you have to do something, what you need a toolkit. You need the instruments, you need the tools that you can use it. And this is the really important fact for me. The importance of learning is the fact that you provide all the keys, all the toolkit, and then your participants, your students will be able to choose which one they will need it. Not only for their professional life, but also for their personal life. And nowadays, with the COVID and the emergency that everybody is actually facing, how important is to get the toolkit to experience every single case of crisis that we have to face every day. And definitely, the digital bootcamp was, inspired. I'm actually inspired by what the Future Food Institute was already doing in person, and we got already the testimonials by the FAO and also with Matteo. We actually mentioned many times the Polica bootcamp. Those are experiences in presence that in a week condense in a very intense program what I described in a 4 weeks program that is based on the digital bootcamp. So those are the 4 pathways that the students and participants can choose. In academic way, we call it syllabi. So those are the 4 syllabi that the student can choose concerning and following what are their interests and their needs. And definitely the most important part is the fact that at the end, they really work on action that can be replicated, can be scalable. And what they do, they just start from real questions for real problems, for real answer and real solution. So for example, here you get some example like how might we strengthen consumer connection to their climate impact, or how might we enable local farmers to better manage water while overcoming financial literacy or lack of access to information, or more like questions that request the design of platform, of course, also in education. So it's quite interesting to know that the final results are not just projects that you just put in your notebook, but those are projects that goes to the real life and become real and can be developed and bringing this to the community where the climate shaper, the food and climate shaper lives. And this is my personal analysis of what the bootcamp is, because again, this is a starting point. We had to understand what makes this kind of teaching and learning so unique and so different. And I came out with those 4 keywords that I believe are summarized very well in the digital bootcamp, as well in all the bootcamps that the Future Food Institute is providing. The first one is knowledge, and knowledge has to be translated with the terms of community-based culture. So when you really create something that is community-based, definitely you are giving the participant the keys to understand their own life and their own world. And I bring you a story. I started doing this kind of international education more than 20 years ago. And one of my Illinois students told me one day, you know, I never realized how much corn is around my house after doing international education. And I think this is the point. Give the key to people to understand their community. And if you will give them the key, they will be able to use it and they will be able to change what is actually there. Empathy. Empathy means that if without empathy, we cannot get sustainability at all. We need to use our emotional intelligence. We need to understand that we need relation, we need emotion, we need actually to understand each other, to think differently and to make the change all together, as we mentioned before. But let me go to the maybe a little bit difficult part, which is based on the system thinking mindset, which is something we have to create in all our participants and students. And this system thinking mindset goes with a specific kind of agency-centered design that really we use in terms of education. So system thinking means being able to use cognitive flexibility, to see how the world is circular, and to apply transdisciplinarity as a mindset. Transdisciplinarity is not interdisciplinarity. Transdisciplinarity means that you are able to get to another disciplines, understand the problem, but after that you continue with your own expertise and knowledge. And this is not easy, but design and prosperity thinking really helps to bring this to an opportunity. And something that here maybe I don't know how much you are familiar with, because this is not very well known, but I believe will be the future, because this bootcamp really represents what does it mean agency-centered design method in education. Agency-centered means to be able to become agents of change. Not only to change, but being able to be agent of change. And for being this, we need creativity for sure. But a few years ago, I studied this a lot. And I understood that the people do have different knowledge and maybe they do give different meanings to the word creativity. So I started studying scientists, I studied food study students, I studied the food design students, and entrepreneurs. And I realized that there was a gap between those. Scientists, no creativity at all, only critical thinking. Food studies, a little bit more creativity, but again, only critical thinking. And then food design and entrepreneurs, let's say, a little bit more creativity than critical thinking. But I found in entrepreneurs really the pushing to the innovation. Why? Because they are able to make in a balance the critical thinking and the creative thinking. For what reason? Because they need to innovate, they need to change. And this kind of pushing to the innovation has to become, in a way, a format that can be replicated in food studies, in food design studies, and I believe in every studies that really wants to make the difference in sustainability field. So let's be inspired by entrepreneurs. Let's become all entrepreneurs of education. So what is the bootcamp for? It's for change makers. Sarah told me at the beginning. Yes, it's true, but who are those change makers? Are the youth? Are the researchers? Are the innovators? Are the decision makers? Are the eaters? Yes, they are. Everybody who wants to make a change, wants to make an impact, are change makers. And it doesn't matter what will be the hand, a certificate, a credits. What is really important is to make the change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. And let's go on talking about change makers. We have with us Alessandro Reali from Global Action. Alessandro, ciao. We had the chance to work with tons of change makers together with you and your global community. So really, 5 minutes to tell us what is Global Action and what you have been doing.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation. I hope you can hear me well. I will be very, very brief because I don't want to steal any time to all the speakers who will come after me, because of course they have very important things to say. Global Action is a small NGO, and I invite you all to look at look our social media, our website to understand more what we do. And I'm really glad about this invitation from the Future Food Institute, because we had the chance to collaborate this year on a project, Global Takes Action, where we had to work with 100 students from all over the world about the topics of sustainability, of climate change, of food security. And it was really a unique chance to learn for me that food and education, I thought during the lecture that you, Sarah, gave to the students, food and education have one thing in common, which is really, really important. The fact that either food and education should be accessible to everyone in the less costly way possible. In fact, our mission at Global Action is to provide quality education in accordance with SDG number 4 to everyone in a free, if possible way. And I think this is crucial because I believe that SDG number 4, meaning quality education, is the real key. As Sonia before me was talking about giving the keys of the future to the people, to the young people attending the boot camps. This is really the most important part, giving the keys of the future to the younger generations. Because if we want a change to happen, then we should start educating our children, the younger generation, in a different way, to provide them with the actual tool to overcome all the challenges that we will face, we are facing and will face in the future. Of course, this needs to happen with the help of the older generations, because we will see that the youth, as they are more aware of the difficulties, the challenges of our planet. We see, like, when they're protesting in the streets about climate change, this is something that the adults don't do a lot. But we need to find a way to transform their energy, their endless, limitless energy, into concrete actions to succeed actually where all the generations have failed to address the challenge of sustainability, how to create a more sustainable world. And I believe that here education plays a fundamental role. If we want a more sustainable world to exist, then we should start teaching children how to become more sustainable. If we need less polluting solutions to our ways of living, then let's put our children in situations where they can really do. As I was saying, we organize free educational programs, and we often put the children in face of the high school students in face of the challenges of our world. And believe me, they have brilliant ideas. What they miss is this turning into concrete action. So as I was saying, education is the key to go towards a more sustainable world, to a fairer world, a more equal world, and a world where everyone has access to food and hopefully to education as well. And I will stop here, as I was saying, because I believe that the speakers after me will have many important things to say, and I don't want to steal any more time. And again, thanks Sarah for the invitation, and thanks to all the other speakers.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. Can you tell us a little bit how people can get engaged with global action, and which are the opportunities you're offering to those guys, how they can reach out with this community? So which are the touch points?
Of course, thanks for asking. We are actually working, especially in Rome, with this project, Diplomacy Education. We have a network of embassies, and each year an embassy adopts an high school class, and they go through some steps during the year in which they can learn about a lot of things, about diplomacy, about the SDGs, about the UN. And of course, we have this website in which every year we provide new educational programs. This year, as I was saying, we collaborate on global takes action with many public, private, international partners. So it's everything online. Please get in touch with us. We always try to provide scholarships to everyone. And again, our projects are totally for free. So there isn't any fee, because as I was saying, our mission is to provide quality education in a free and accessible way to everyone. So everything is online, and we are more than happy to welcome all the students that can join us.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. I have to say that 2 years ago at the Climate Summit in New York, when I was there, when Greta Thunberg was there, so it was the moment in which youth and the youth protests related to climate change were really, let's say, shaking the world. But the feeling was that we were just giving a stage to those kids, to those youth, to scream and to play loud. But I didn't felt they were too much involved actively. I've been seeing many things changing in these years. I want to just ask you, before we jump into another amazing best practice, but before we jump there, I want to ask you, Sonia, how do you see that youth can play a critical role? Because this project, for example, is interesting because they are involving youth in talking about diplomatic issues. So in my generations, where maybe we were not too much involved in the global conversation, now I see opportunities for youth to be part of global conversations like the G20 is. How do you see this changing, and which are the suggestions you can give to young generations on how they can be involved?
Well, I believe the right title you gave to this panel, the word is not just involving maybe, not just engaging, is empowering. Empowering is a key word. It's quite difficult to translate it in Italian. Unfortunately, we don't have a so powerful word. But if you go on the dictionary, you check it, you see that, for example, it does have this kind of word like permit, allow, delegate, certify, qualify, and equip. Like giving, as I told you before, the key in the toolkit to be able to face the problem and find solution, or maybe, find opportunities in what we call it at the Future Food Institute, the dormant resources, right? We are living in so many dormant resources that are around us. We need to find those, and of course to create some new product, new service, new system, new ecosystem on those. So definitely I think the word is empowering, giving them not only the knowledge, but all of the competencies that we listed by those presentations.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
with us, for inspiring us, for giving us the tools to train and empower those change makers. You were talking about something very important. How can we empower them? And you were also mentioning the topic of entrepreneurship. We have been talking about policymakers, and now I want to involve with us Jacopo Mele and the guys from Aurora, because here it's an amazing best practice. It's an amazing best practice with really people that are empowering youth. Empowering youth, and we're going to hear also the voice of youth. So, tell us something about Aurora, and then we leave the stage to them.
Grazie.
Quello che vuoi.
Ok, grazie. È fantastico essere qui, siamo tutti arrivati probabilmente con un aereo da qualche parte d'Italia o del mondo per essere qui e siamo atterrati e abbiamo detto wow, una città ricca di sole, ricca di cultura, un palazzo del barocco siciliano del 1700. Wow, e tutto questo da dove nasce? È isola, e ci sono due modi per la formazione delle isole. C'è un modo per erosione del terreno e c'è un altro modo dove le forze geologiche del mondo creano le isole. E io mi sento molto in un'isola che è nata da grandi forze geologiche del terreno, perché un'isola che nasce da grandi forze geologiche del terreno semina, co-crea, alimenta gli ecosistemi prima ancora di emergere. Infatti io sono Jacopo Mele e sono qui in veste di Aurora e siamo al giorno 1 di Isola e al giorno 1 di Isola in realtà siamo al 9° mese di Aurora, perché Isola è tra i cofondatori di Aurora, anche se solo oggi emerge. È pazzesco tutto questo. Abbiamo parlato tutt'oggi di ecosistemi, ma gli ecosistemi non sono sempre quelli che sono emersi, sono anche quelli che si formano dallo stesso magma. È proprio dallo stesso magma che così Aurora, che oggi ha 9 mesi, vanta una forte partnership con Future Food Institute, grazie a quest'isola che aumenta la biodiversità del nostro ecosistema, del nostro mondo, e ci arricchisce dando ad ognuno un nuovo ruolo, un po' come la slide di Matteo Vignali di pochi minuti fa, dove ogni animale aveva un ruolo all'interno di questo ecosistema paritario, non c'era più la piramide, ma era in quest'ottica circolare con ognuno il proprio ruolo. Il nostro ruolo di Aurora è quello, quantomeno per i prossimi 10 anni, di allenare ragazzi tra i 15 e i 23 anni a valicare continuamente nuovi limiti, allenandoli a prendere scelte durevoli, scelte lungimiranti, proprio come quelle azioni che fino ad oggi Future Food Institute, G20 ci avete invitato a condurre. E noi lo facciamo coinvolgendo ragazzi, individuando ragazzi, non sull'idea di un progetto, perché le ambizioni che hai condotto moderato fino ad oggi sono molto più alte di un singolo progetto, sono ecosistemiche. E proprio per questo individuiamo ragazzi in giro per il Mediterraneo, in giro di tutta Europa, in base alle loro attitudini, e decidiamo di investire in modo incondizionato su di loro. Investiamo in modo incondizionato e oggi con noi abbiamo Daniele Belfiore, Giulia Pappalardo, Enrico Conforto. E investiamo in modo incondizionato su di loro per dire ok, scopriamo insieme nuovi talenti, nuove passioni, per condurre insieme quelle grandi sfide che ci appartengono a questo millennio. Perché il progetto di Enrico, di Daniele, di Giulia, di Jacopo, di Sara non è Aurora, Isola o Future Food, è la vita. Grazie.
Grazie mille Jacopo. And so I want to also talk with some of our international friends that are connected. Jacopo is an amazing source of inspiration for all of us. And I think that you have been missing something. Ecosystem lives only when there is generosity and abundance. Because without generosity and abundance and people that give value in advance, there are no ecosystems. And what we see now, after the global pandemic, is that really there are nice ecosystems that are coming from the ground, bottom up, and that are building thriving communities. All the good is coming up. And so I'm super inspired from what you're doing with Aurora, and I want to thank you because you invited 3 of your talents to join us. And so we have been talking about change makers. Are you change makers? You try. Okay, let's see. Let's see from your voice and your ideas. We really look forward to know you better and to know the experience you are doing at Aurora. There is a mic for each of you, so thanks. There are all the other mics over there. The stage is yours.
Hi, I'm very pleased and honored to be here in front of you, able to talk about one of my favorite programs, Aurora Fellowship. Aurora was born around 1 year ago, 9 months to be precise, and now we are 26 fellows. The mission, the aim, to forge the next generation of future leaders. Well, we know that this is not so simple, but we will try to make our active contribution to the future. And in order to become fellow, you have to overcome 3 difficult challenges. And in some way, this is a sort of metaphor for the concept of leadership. We all know that, all of us know that there is no recipe to be a great leader. But there are some features, some characteristics that all leaders should have. The empathy, the passion, and the willingness to do your active contribution to improve the society. Well, during the 3 steps of the Aurora experience, you can improve, you can boost your capacities, and you become a young leader, a young individual able to do his contribution for the future. I leave the floor to Daniele. And
Right, I'm Daniele. When I think about Aurora, I always think about my life as a student, because since I was in high school, I always had this feeling of isolation when I was only thinking about my school and just studying school stuff. I think that if someone really wants to have an impactful life, he has to try new experiences, to face new challenges. And I think that the right word is input. Everyone should find the right input to try and experiment to leave his mark in our society. And sometimes many students happen to feel demotivated or bored, but maybe they just didn't get the right input, or maybe they didn't get one at all. And I think that Aurora is the right choice to expand your horizons, because they give you many opportunities to expand your knowledge. I mean, you have the whole set of Aurora partners which provide you webinars, contests, or challenges that you can face just to challenge yourself and discover new ways of being impactful in our world. But you can also have the chance to be part of the network that Aurora provides, which is the network of the wizards. You have the chance to meet a lot of professionals from all over the world that you can meet, and you can have conversations with them that can inspire you, and you can discover new ways of thinking, but also find new answers or maybe new questions that you didn't have before. Another added value that is very important, and I'm saying for last, but it's last but not least, is the added value that people all around give. In fact, it's not about wizards and partners and all the webinars that you have, but it's also about the fellows, the other guys, like Julia and Enrico and all the others that are part of the fellowship. I think that they are the real added value to this experience, because when you meet a whole new set of motivated peers around you with the same motivation and inspiration, who are able to inspire you to leave your mark in our society and to impact the world, environment, all the problems that we are facing right now, I think that this is the real value of this fellowship. So to sum up, I'm pretty sure that the other fellows agree that the added value of Aurora is that you can get new input, new challenges, but also meet new people, which is the right choice.
Hi everybody, I'm Julia, and today we have talked about really important topics such as leadership and school. I'm going to talk about capacity development. Capacity development has always been an important instrument for international organizations such as FAO of the United Nations. It is a process that can help international organizations to tackle important issues that are not only internal to the organizations, but that are common in our society. The first example is gender equality, because it is an important issue and sometimes it seems impossible to change the mentality of people. But this is what capacity development is all about: change. Although for many companies, technical skills are more important than functional skills, that are what we usually call soft skills, in these times, recruiters are more focused to search for employees that have more developed soft skills. This is really important because also from the Aurora experience, you can understand how Aurora helps us to develop them, because we have to write a motivational letter, we have to work in teams, so we can put ourselves out, interact with other people, and we can start developing communication skills and interpersonal skills. The other important pillar of Aurora is the network of wizards. This is really important because we meet inspiring people and they dedicate us their time, and basically they give us tips and pieces of advice which are fundamental not only for a practical approach to life, but also to improve our soft skills. The coaching program is another important pillar of Aurora. You have the possibility to meet a coach, and they help us to develop our potential. Aurora isn't made up just of wizards and coaches, but the most important part is the Aurora community. So we have a really beautiful bond, our wizards, because we inspire one another and we have the possibility to talk about our projects and about how we live different situations in life. Coming back to the main topic of my speech, I wanted to highlight the difference between capacity development and development. Capacity development serves a development purpose but leads to change that is implemented and achieved by those it is meant to benefit, which ensures ownership and sustainability. Sustainable is one of the many adjectives that I will use to describe Aurora. Talking about my experience, I will affirm that what we have described and what you can read on paper or on the Aurora's website, yes, it is what this program is about, but there is so much more. And this is the added value given by the people of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. I think that the most exciting thing of your program are all the challenges, impossible challenges that you have to achieve. Sometimes they are also unexpected, because I know that they make some tricky games for you. So I want to know how people can get engaged with Aurora. There is a website where youth can go if you want to share it. Which is the website?
The website, I think that you can search Aurora Fellows, and then there are all the information, and then you can go in. There is an application. You have to give, I think, personal data, and then you can start the experience. What is really important about the experience is that it is the first step to become a fellow, but it is as important as the fellowship, because you can really starting to understand what the fellowship is about. You have to stay into contact like really important people, and the first thing that you can think is, no, I really can't do it. It is an impossible challenge, as you were saying before. But the more you go on, I'm from the first batch, so I started 9 months ago, and it has been more interesting than I thought. And it really seems an interesting program. So,
how many you are now?
26.
26. Okay, so guys, good luck. It's been great to have you with us. And yeah, we want to just see what you're going to do in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. And we go on in our journey. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all the partners of Aurora, because again, we're talking about an ecosystem that is connected with Isola, with Future Food. We are all talking about people that are building ecosystems. And now, before we jump into the last part of our afternoon, we have been talking about Mediterranean, and we have been talking about change makers. We have been talking about leaders of the future. And now I want to share with you what we're doing for Mediterranean and what's, let's say, another dot of this ecosystem. We're not here in Isola by chance, because together with Antonio, some months ago, we started dreaming of building an ecosystem for Mediterranean. For Mediterranean because we are Italians, but we know how crucial is Mediterranean for Europe and for Africa and for the development of the future and for the entire Western society. And so we started connecting the dots. And together, we were dreaming about creating a spin-off of Future Food Institute, creating Future Food Mediterranean. The first house of Future Food Mediterranean is here in Catania, in Isola, but the second one just opened last week in Pollica. In Pollica, in another very iconic place, because Pollica is the capital, the UNESCO capital of the Mediterranean diet. So this is a little story that is involving us as Future Food Institute so much. As I was saying at the beginning, we started 8 years ago, creating bridges and building bridges between Italy and the most important epicenters of innovation, of food innovation. Silicon Valley, the Netherlands, and then Japan, and then China. But then the pandemic was, of course, shaking our life and reshaping our way we are considering the world. And the pandemic made us a gift, because it was able to make the invisible visible. We suddenly understood that what we conceived as a very simple thing, like food, a commodity, food is our fuel, was not so simple, because behind food there are many other implications. We understood that food is one of the most complex systems ever. Behind food, there are the greatest paradoxes of our humanity. Food, the nexus of the society, has behind very complex issues to face. When we talk about food, we talk about the health of the planet and the health of the people. When we talk about food, we talk about millions of people, almost 800 million people that are dying for hunger, but 3 billion people that suffer for overnutrition and disease related to malnutrition, but just because we don't eat well. They don't eat well. When we talk about food, we talk about one of the major causes for climate change, because when we talk about food, we talk about the system that is using the 70% of the water available in the planet, where we are living in a situation where in food, through digital technology, through smart farming system, you can preserve up to the 95% of the water used in agriculture. And we live in a planet where 1/3 of the food produced goes into the garbage, is trash, is wasted. And this 1/3 of food is also 1/3 of energy, labor, and resources. So making innovation for the food system now, it's crucial. It's crucial even more under the pandemic lens, because the pandemic has been accelerating many of those issues. In the first days of the first lockdown, we have been seeing farmers disconnected with the channels of distributions. We have been seeing tons of produce that were wasted. We have been seeing tons of issues related to food. And so, thinking about the restart, thinking about what we could do to give a contribution to this moment that is pretty unique, we started thinking about an opportunity, the opportunity to restart from the Mediterranean basins, and thinking about what we have around us as a dormant resource. Sonia Massari before was talking about dormant resources. And last year, exactly on March 9th, the global pandemic was announced. I stopped to travel. Before that, I was living 1 week in Japan, one in China, and then San Francisco, and then back in Europe. I stopped all of my travels. And I started thinking that actually we were surrounded by an enormous amount of values, but also of history, of thinking, of experiences. And I started thinking that living in the Mediterranean area is such a gift, it's a blessing. And so with Antonio, we said, okay, let's start from Mediterraneo. And I had the chance to travel to Pollica, and I want to show you this picture. These are the 7 emblematic communities identified by UNESCO as the emblematic communities representing the Mediterranean diet. But as you see, Italy is really at the epicenter of Mediterranean. And when you think about that, and you connect the dots with history, we suddenly understand that we are underestimating the amount of value we have in our hands. When you start to think about Pollica and Italy at large, and our southern Italy at large, you have to think about which are all the different values that we can connect. We have history, science, biodiversity, the highest majority of biodiversity in the Mediterranean area, it's in our lands. And also, the topic of active citizenships and the great examples that countries and regions like Sicily and as well Campania and Cilento regions has. And we started identifying which are the values of this project and creating an entire campus that is going to host youth from around the world, leaving the topic of innovation and regenerations in a kind of a living laboratory. And this is the campus. And I want to show you this little video that is showing you what we are going to do in Pollica. course, when yesterday we were talking about the mix of the different values that we are connecting with Isola, Catania, Pollica, Brindisi, we see that southern Italy can be really a very thriving environment. We want to build thriving communities starting from southern Italy, and we know we are surrounded by values. What we're going to do, we are now really not only dreaming, but we are creating a campus that is going to embed the 3 different dimensions of knowledge, community development, and innovation, fostering entrepreneurship. As you see, Isola is an amazing place that now is already hosting startups and innovators. And later on this evening, we are going to meet up with the startup of these local communities. And with local communities, actually, we can build so much. And we can involve other youth to come back and, let's say, restart this process of regeneration that is so much needed. And what we're doing in the campus, developing these 3 different dimensions, we are now creating a school that from July 1st is going to host youth coming from all over the world, really living in a living laboratory what we intend for integral ecology. Nowadays, we cannot just think about sustainability or sustainable development goals, disconnecting those topics with actually what we really need, because we think that we need to think about ecology in a very more holistic way. And the campus Inspired to Integral Ecology is really teaching kids on how to connect the dots, because when we talk about ecology, we need to have an approach that is teaching them to think about political ecology, economical ecology, environmental ecology, cultural, social, and of course, also thinking about environmental ecology. And the campus is going to host the Mediterranean School, the Center of Studies for Mediterranean Diet, a laboratory, an accelerator, an incubator, and the project that we are developing with the community, that is Pollica 2050. So we really look forward to host you in our new campus, also because Isola is a sister of this project. And now, we have been talking about leaders in the food system. We have been talking about change makers. We have been talking about how we can connect all the different ingredients that are needed to train the next generations of entrepreneurs that can really reboot the system. And now I want to start to talk about the beginning, because it's time to reboot the school system and start to talk about those topics in the daily work that teachers are doing with kids in the classroom. Today, here in Catania, the world ministers of education are talking about what is going to be the future of school. But also, 2 weeks ago, the Italian government announced the plan for the ecological transition of school. You know that the ecological transition is going to be the big goal for the entire Italian government. Every single minister is talking about ecological transitions, but this transition is never going to happen if we don't start from culture, from mindset, and from young generations and the future. So I want to invite here with me Kathleen Rogers, and I'm very honored to have her here with us. She's the president of the most important foundation, talking and acting for the planet, for the Earth Day Network. They have been inspiring millions of people every single year with Earth Day. We have been joining them with a tiny contribution during the previous Earth Days, organizing marathon, trying to engage people. And I'm very inspired by the work you are doing in Washington, D.C., and we're very happy to have you with us. So please, Kathleen, join us. Thank you so much for being here with us. And I want to invite also with us Roberto Rezzetto from Ulm University, and probably Max Falcone from Connect for Climate. I'm not 100% sure he's going to join us, but if you want, just jump into the conversation. And now, let's start the last conversation about how might we reboot schools, the school system. The school system is really at the epicenter. And let's say, this is really the best place to talk about those issues. And we have many people following us on our social media channels. And I want them to learn more about what your foundation is doing. And also a little bit about the history, because of course you have been inspiring all of us for many decades.
Well, thank you for being here, and I hope you have it all.
Please, please.
I think this is the hottest
Kathleen.
I've ever been in my life. Thank you. Can you hear me? It's a beautiful building here, and I'm really happy to be part of this entire event. It's also fabulous place to be. I really like Sicily. It's my first time, but even in 24 hours, I've really learned a lot, and it's a very beautiful place. My organization started, really they came up with the idea in late 1969. A member of our Congress and a very young man, he was a dropout from Harvard University. They got together and they began to really understand how polluted the United States was after 150 years of industrial development. And this conversation went on for a while, and it was also during the era of civil rights and the anti-war movement. And so they got together and decided to do a protest on college campuses to protest the pollution. You literally could not see across the street in Los Angeles at rush hour. Children were being born with birth defects. And that was the legacy of DDT and chemical exposures and power plants and enormous numbers of things that we associate with being developed, but didn't associate with dying. And they called for a day in April for people to come out and protest, and they had no idea what would happen. And instead, 20 million people came out on the streets. It is still the largest civic event in human history. 20 million people all on the streets at one time in one country. And out of that came my organization, which I joined some years ago. And we are focused now, we're global, and we have partners and people in 192 countries. About 1 billion people participate in Earth Day. And this year in particular, it was very big because in the United States, we have, thankfully, a new president, Biden, who called for a global summit on climate change on Earth Day, which made many more people focus on it. We work year-round on many issues, in addition to producing Earth Day every year around the world. We were very involved in creating March for Science and other forms of protest. But our year-round work is focused on plastics and climate change, and probably most relevant today, climate literacy. Because for us, we recognize that for the 50 years since the first Earth Day, it's now 2021, that most countries have not bothered to invest in climate or environmental education, and as a result, we are not as far along in producing the entrepreneurs and the community and the knowledge that you spoke about earlier. And so our goal is to attach this idea of climate literacy and civic education and jobs training, because we know the green economy, when it comes and it's on its way, will be much, much bigger than the tech revolution. It will dwarf the tech revolution. It's so much bigger. And so what we're doing is hoping that through the process on the way to the COP in Glasgow, the Conference of the Parties that's associated with the Paris Agreement, we're hoping that we can convince all of the countries, including the education ministers who are here, to adopt assessed, integrated climate literacy, civic education, and green jobs training into the Paris Agreement in a meaningful way. On our way there, we will be in Milan at the pre-COP, which, as was mentioned earlier, Connect for Climate has a leading role in putting that together. It's a youth-focused event. And the G20, obviously, the G7. We're hoping that all of the countries all the way along will begin to adopt climate literacy as the way that they can build their own green economies. I'll finish just by saying that the tech revolution should have warned everybody in the world about equity, inclusion, and fairness. Because what we have in the green technology should not be repeated the way it is in the tech industry. We have a handful of companies, 10, 20, 30, that own most of technology in the world. And if we want other countries to prosper, whether it's Italy or Nigeria or any other country, we have to recognize that the green economy can apply to everyone. It there's no reason, for example, why a country cannot produce its own solar panels. There's no reason. I can look it up on the internet and figure out how to do it myself. But what we're finding instead is this movement towards owning the green economy in a world that will debilitate every country on the planet if a handful of countries, the US, the EU, China, own it. So climate literacy is a major stepping stone. Jobs training and civic engagement are all the stepping stones on the way to allowing each country to participate in the green economy. And that, I think, is the underlying principle that drives my organization and millions of other people to say that the time for climate literacy is now. And so we have a petition that has been signed on by labor unions, including labor union, the ILO, every labor institution, most of the trade unions and teachers unions have signed on, so that we represent over 500 million people who've signed a petition to ask governments around the world, as part of the next COP, to commit to climate literacy. We'll see how that goes. It's a stepping stone process, but we're on the right pathway, I think, to creating that opportunity for all people on Earth. So that's one of our goals, and again, I'm happy to be here and to answer any of your questions.
It's a big challenge, but
Yes,
I see that actually things are, say, speeding up so much.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, how did you see the people change the level of engagement in the last 5 years? At least from the food perspective, I saw industry completely changing strategies, approaches, business leaders taking very brave decisions, because I'm seeing really the big food system transformations in some situations. What do you see from your point of view? Because I'm sure that you have, say, a preferred point of view that gives you the opportunity to seize if there are different changes in the broader environment.
Yeah, I think we have an expression, I'm sure you have it in every language. Necessity is the mother of invention, and climate change has led to those necessities. And finally, we're seeing in food, which we also work on, regenerative agriculture, these are issues that are below the carbon emissions that most countries are focused on, but we think they're the fundamental principles and the fundamental bedrock of how we're going to dig ourselves out of climate change, whether it's regenerative ag or food production or how do we feed the world, but we need education. And so we've been lucky to ride this wave, which we hope will turn into a tidal wave. But again, it's often 2 steps forward, 1 step back, with countries that are both afraid of teaching their citizens to be better citizens because they're afraid of them, or to provide climate literacy, either because they can't pay for it or because they want to keep them in the dark. But there are other countries that we see are moving full steam ahead. And if we want all the countries to move at once, it's really important to have an agreement that applies to all countries. So that's why we're focused on the Paris Agreement and the G20 and all of those stepping stones to get to the right place.
One last question. I see that now there are policymakers sometimes doing their job. Then we see kids and youth and their protests that are pushing forward this, or let's say nudging this change. And then we see industries that are changing. What do you think is, let's say, the player within the ecosystem that can now make the most critical step forward to accelerate this pace?
Yeah, I mean, obviously leadership is important, and I'm coming from a country that was had stepped so far back from normalcy, from climate change, from just about everything for the last 4 years, that my country became almost unrecognizable to many of us. But luckily, leadership changes. Now, there are many countries in the world, I'm sure you'd all agree without me naming them, that have very retro leaders. But interestingly, the business community, in large part, certainly not ExxonMobil, but even they are recognizing it. But business is putting huge amounts of pressure on governments to support research and development, to give them tax breaks, to do all of these things to advance business interests, and particularly around the green economy. So I, in all my years of doing this, more than 25, I've never seen so many large companies, many of which have problematic goals and objectives, the big tech companies, but they're all moving very, very squarely into the green space. And again, whether it's our computers or our tech phones, whatever it is, whatever tech it is, all of those companies are beginning to own the green economy around the world because they're connected to the internet, connected to technologies. So they both are supporting the green economy, but again, it's in their own personal best interest to own a piece of that. So I think you're going to see heavy investments from Wall Street, from the big companies like BlackRock that are putting pressure on governments to do the right thing. But it's really, they want them to do the right thing, but their interests are purely economic.
Yeah, you know what, probably before that, they were seeing sustainability into the CSR. Now, they talk about sustainability as a business strategy. If they want to see their company alive in the next 50 years or 30 or 100 years ahead, they need to strategize under the sustainable framework. There's no option. So probably they are now making this shift because this is a really strong business strategy, probably.
Right, and that's where climate literacy comes in, because they're now looking for skilled workers. We've talked to many college presidents around the world, not just in the US, Oxford and China. They're all looking for students who can become entrepreneurs, that can take advantage of those economic and academic decisions that universities are taking now. So just like industry, universities are looking forward to a student body that will be interested in what they put before them. So we have this very important and largely groundswell of college presidents and business leaders and some government officials who are all talking about climate change education and civic skill building. So again, it's a wave that may fade to nothing, but we're hoping we can sustain it and push the countries in the right direction.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to talk about something that you're doing every single day, because you are training people, sharing knowledge, educating people, millions of people around the world. In these 50 years, you have been doing that a lot. But I want to involve Roberto, because what you're doing is informing also. There's a lot of disinformation around climate change. So, Roberto, at the beginning we were talking about how might we inspire and train the leaders of the future. We have been talking about skills, but at the end, we are all consumers. And around climate change, there's a lot of fake news, complexity. So it's not so easy sometimes to share the knowledge and make us as consumers aware about the impact we are making through our choices. I'm just thinking about food. If you think about food, and we're talking about packaging, for example, if you are in front of the shelves and you have to choose between plastic milk bottle or a glass milk bottle, you strongly say, okay, I wanted the glass bottle. But nobody knows what's the carbon footprint of the management of the two bottles. Yes, maybe glass is more sustainable, but the entire management of the chain, it's much more impactful. And so at the end, the real answer would be plastic and not glass. But as a consumer, you are so much confused when you are in front of the shelves. So tell us something about information, misinformation, disinformation around climate change. Because now, if we want to make the change, we need to be informed as consumers, and you need to do the right choices.
Now, thank you. I think that I want to start with this image because I guess it represents in the right way, the complexity of today's world. So this Q is on the mountain Everest on 2019. Hundreds of people there in a window of only 3 days trying to reach the top of the mountain. I think that this image represents a summary of what I want to say today about communication, how it is so complex to communicate climate change in a modern world where all the people, this is the mountain Everest normally, okay, in a current world where all the people try to do everything, okay, and everywhere. This is the increase of number of hikers in the last 50 years from 1953 to 2019, okay, 2020. We don't consider the year of the pandemic, but it's so huge, the number of people, if also we consider that to reach the top of the mountain, we need to spend at least $20,000. $100,000 to reach the top of the mountain. So it's quite complicated, it's quite expensive. In the last 100 years, the many problems we tried to tackle during the last 100 years decrease, from the number of children dying, or number of deaths in a battle, in wars, to number of death penalty, and so on and so on. So what we fought for in the last years decreased, normally, but something, increased. So the quality of life increased for us. And I mean, when I say quality of life, I mean the quality of environment, the living environment, so the services in the cities, the quality of mobility, the quality of food, okay, everywhere. At the same time, the quality of our physical and mental status, and the fitness. And at the same time, the result of these two indexes. But as we can see, the number of people can live in an average of the median income is higher than before. And the perspective is that in 2040 will be more than now, right? So the number of people who the income is better than before. At the same time, the number of richer people than before, okay? So this is the layers of the era of geology that we can see now in the planet Earth that we call Anthropocene. So it's the era of mankind, all right? I want to say this because everything is connected to what increased during the last 50 years. So the global warming. So everything decreased, but at the same time, the heat in the planet Earth increased so many that today we cannot speak about the quality of life about the environment. But something that is completely different. So what I want to say that the quality of life is defined by the parameters that can be controlled directly and indirectly by man. At the same time, these parameters follow the human development, but at the same time they are inversely proportional to human development. Why? Because the climate change completely changed our perspective on our lives. So, guess what? Okay, what we are speaking about? We are speaking about something that is so difficult to communicate and so difficult to connect with all the people around the world for a matter of cultural diversity and social diversity and social conditions around the world. So the complexity of climate change moved from because it's a purely a scientific subject to something that is intangible, is unpalpable, so you cannot touch the climate change. At the same time, it's something that is connected to the global or social imagery like a pure entertainment. So are the weather forecast, okay? So climate change is something that is after the news at dinner time, okay, is not connected with our quality of life. Yes, it's connected with our quality of life if the day after we have to go on seaside, or we have to go to work by bicycle, I don't know, something like that. Not with our future and the foreseeing of our future and of next generations and incoming generations. So it's a matter also of denials and how the denials try to deny, so to falsify the climate change. How can we target the denialism? With narratives, categories of denialism, and psychological types. So the narratives, we can read one from "the earth is not warming up" to "we may be able to afford to do something about global warming at some point, but we have to wait for solid science, new technologies, and geoengineering." So it's something that is a big flow of narrative that try to tackle science, that try to tackle the real version of science today. At the same time, these narratives target also the categories of denialists. So we have the deniers tout court, okay, to scientists that are paid by the polluting industry, so gas and oil industries and car industries and so on and so on. Okay, so it's something very complicated because the market is complicated and the market is strictly linked to science today. And research and development is strictly linked to the market and to the industries around the world. So we have at the same time three different psychological types of denials. So we have the verbal denial, so the climate change doesn't exist, first, or interpretative denial. So yes, climate change exists, but at the same time it's not something that affects us in the way that you are going to say, or the scientists are saying now in the current narrative of the world. Or implicit denial, that is something that is not under control, that is part of the conspiracy theories that we can see today in many fields around the world, not only in politics, but in science. We are during a pandemic. We know very well what is conspiracy theories, and I don't want to touch that point, but it's something that is so vivid and is so vibrant that we know very well today. So this is the confusion of communication. So we cannot understand nothing if we don't have the right organization of topics and of the flow of the information. These are the catastrophe way to communicate climate change. These are Europe in 2019, the heat wave in Europe. These are the fires, the bushfires in Australia. An infographic about the bushfires in Australia. Another one, and these are the condition in 2019 another time in Amazon forest, Amazonia, and many fires around. And this is the condition of up north Russia, in Siberia region, other fires, okay? Catastrophic communication. Only these images are linked with climate change today within mass media and social media and so on. So, but there is another way to communicate, to educate people about environment, about climate change. I think many people think that communication must have a positive meaning, first of all, to pursue a positive message. Written information and visual information must give practical and incisive support, okay, for education, for schools, for universities. The sense of response that one wants to unleash should be collective, not singular. Not only the students of the Fridays for Future movement, but all the people around the world, of all the cultures, on all the 5 continents. And then this is what kind of communication climate change needs to reckon with perception, unanimity of scientific consensus. So we have to start that climate change is real. It's something that is concrete and is real. That's it. It's like, allow me, Jesus Christ for a Christian religion. It's something that is real, okay, for them. And communication with images is okay, has a good impact. At the same time, it to be linked with a positive message, with the best practices around the world and of people are doing good things to tackle this problem. Positive communication is an asset and some guidelines for young people. So, how? With multi-platform and multi-channels communication, find effective solution for all, from government to people, youngsters within schools, a potential process of resilience and adaptation that is the new step of the fight toward climate change. We need solution. We don't need to focus ourselves on the problems and on the issues. And at the same time, to involve financial markets and the economic process within this circular economy process. And the last but not least, to define environmental protection parameters, very clear, very simple for all the people, as European unions try to do during the last environment chart presented in the last months. That's it. I think that it's enough. It's enough.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Really very interesting, your perspective. I'm wondering something, because from our research, so 1 year ago, we started a foundation in US called the Food for Climate League, where we are really investigating how people are interacting with this topic of climate change and how they are shifting their way of living, their lifestyle, their choices. What we see is that people is getting so much frustrated because they see the climate issues too big to achieve. And so they give up because they said it's such a big crisis that I don't know from where to start. Here, connected, there are people who are communicating, working in the food industry, or educating people. These are the people that are following us today. I want to ask to both of you, from where we can start when we have to educate our consumers or when we have to educate and empower our youth. What's the best way to start this process, to empower them and to give them the tools, not to give up, but to show them that the goals can be achievable? Because I think that this is what we need. If we see the data, you start to cry. If you see what is happening around the world, you say, okay, there's nothing we can do. But actually, the only way to save this planet is to start now, because it's already too late, but to start now and really, push forward this acceleration that is needed. Your suggestions, from where to start?
Well, I'm a little conflicted about all of this. I'm one of those people, even though I run an environmental organization, sometimes I'm not a great environmentalist. Certainly, I drive my car more than I should because it's really hard for me to take public transportation. It would take me a long time, a lot longer. I've got kids. So I drive my car. I do other things. I over-air condition my house. And so I don't always make the perfect conscious choice about climate change or environmental issues. I just don't. I'm imperfect like most of the world. I do think that, again, I'm going to go back to this, even though I believe in public action, my whole organization's focused on creating a public response to environmental issues. That's what I'm supposed to be doing, to build more petitions, more marches, more events that will force public officials to take a stand. So my organization also works in many countries on what we call Vote Earth, which is driving people in democratic countries or where you're allowed to vote to select politicians. So for me, the most important thing you can do is to vote for people who will take the action, because even though collectively I think we have enormous potential, I also know in an age, a super age of communication, of repressive governments, that the only thing people can do is to get rid of them. And so my biggest, I'll call it consumer action, is voting, because that's, again, the way that it's the history of my organization, and it's the history of the biggest movements in the world. So we are an advocate, of course, for eating less meat, or not running your air conditioner when you don't have to, and all the simple things that human beings can do, which collectively would add up to a huge amount. But when we have leaders who deny climate change, and in the United States, we are full of them to the top of the roof, and they're making it up, they're supported by the oil industry. Nonetheless, the only way to get at them is to convince enough people that climate change is real, which is what you talked about, and how to do it. But most important, to turn that knowledge into power by voting them out of office. Now, that's not going to work for every country. Australia is a perfect example, where they've had massive fires, but they have conservative government, which continues to mine coal and ship it to India, which is building power plants. It's this continuation because they see their economic and political future tied to money. And so what we need to do, again, is focus on educating them, finding the right words, as you described. But more important than anything is getting rid of the leaders who will not take the initiative to do something about climate change, which is kind of where we are now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree with Kathleen. I think that find the right words, I want to return on the last words that you're saying, is a matter of responsibility. Because we have a responsibility, in front of the other people. At the same time, I want to add something from the recommendation from the World Economic Forum of 2019 edition. They say that we have a strategical asset on the artificial intelligence. And I guess that the artificial intelligence could be this gathering of data, and something that can push policies and suggest solutions to industry and to market, and to push the evolution of the market in general. For an evolution and not a decrease of the market, and like a happy decrease of the market. We need an evolution of the market. We need a transformation. So I think that artificial intelligence, also for education, to promote and to forecast ideas for the future, could be the real good asset, and used in the right way, artificial intelligence, of course.
Good. Thank you so much. Now we have data. We need to be faster in analyzing data and make them available for all of us, really to be more aware and take the right decisions. We have, I think, the commitment of many governments to make this change. I'm very proud for our Italian government that, correct me if I'm wrong, has been the first one, number one, say, subscribing that we are going, and actually we already started to implement the climate literacy in schools, so I'm very proud. Once in a while we can be proud, and this is a very good achievement, but I know it's just the beginning. We need to do more, and we are going to do more, keeping going, inspiring more climate shapers and more activists. And we're going to try to do our job also with industries and leaders, because I think that they should see and read what you were sharing with us, because it's really important to understand how to communicate climate change and the climate issues, to transform those inspirations into something tangible and actionable, because time is now. Thank you so much, Catherine, for being with us. And thank you so much for sharing all of those very insightful information. Thank you, thank you. And now, last part. It's been a long day. It's very, very hot. So
I'm just thinking about all the people following us from different parts of the world. Some of them I've seen Carlo in Switzerland that was with his little jacket. Anyway, it was refreshing to see him. And now we are jumping into the last part of our journey today. We've been talking a lot about climate change, the connection between food and our eating habits and the planet, how we can really be part of this transformation. And we need to start from rebooting the system. When the pandemic started, we, together with Carlo Giardinetti, together with Kim Pullman, one of the founders of Reboot the Future, with Anthony Bennett, that is going to join me now on stage, we started a journey called The Good After COVID-19. And we spent an entire year trying to grasp and collect all the good seeds that could become for us really the starting point to rebuild our future, to build the future together. And at the end of this journey, we were sharing with all the world leaders joining this adventure. We were designing a Marshall Plan for the planet. What we were envisioning is that what we need now is really a kind of a Marshall Plan to restart. But the starting point for us, of course, start from education, start from kids, start from values, start from virtues. And this is the reason why we decided to invite Reboot the Future. And I want to invite now Anthony Bennett. Okay, welcome, welcome, Anthony. Happy to have you with us. So, Anthony and Holly, welcome. So, Reboot the Future, Kim Pullman, Anthony Bennett, together with Jonathan Porritt and many other great minds, we have been thinking and dreaming and working for months. And what they're doing, it's really an amazing program that is giving the tools to schools to be part of this transformation. And I want to ask you, from where to start, what you're doing. We have a great opportunity in 2021 with COP26 that is going to happen in our country, in your country, in UK, to be part of the change. And after that, we are also going to share another very insightful moment because we're going to see the movie that you just launched. Please, Anthony and Holly.
Hello, ciao, how are you doing? Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I just was in the wrong place, so it was okay.
So I'm super sorry not to be in Catania there. It's yet another misery of COVID that I cannot be in your fine palazzo. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Reboot the Future, and then I'm going to ask Holly, my colleague, to talk about the campaign for which is the film you're about to see is the prelude. But essentially, Reboot the Future is founded by Kim Pullman maybe 2 or 3 years ago around a very, very simple precept, which is the old kind of sacred undertaking to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. But we have our own version of this, which is to say that we want us to treat others and the planet as we would wish ourselves to be treated. So the golden rule, this exists in all the Abrahamic faiths, it exists in Confucianism, it exists in Africa under the name of Ubuntu and many other titles as well. It exists in every secular and sacred tradition. The reason why we think this is important is because through Kim and also through Paul, we know the Sustainable Development Goals are mapped out for us. Okay, we know the toolkit that we have to deliver a sustainable world, but what we are lacking is the will to do so. And we think that this transformation, once we have the values in place, we have the cultural and spiritual understanding that will help us push the SDGs into fruition. So we're very pleased that we are working with FFI and our Italian colleagues as we progress towards COP But what we think is needed towards COP is a push of the spirit. And we say that the hemisphere of the brain that deals with rationality is the hemisphere of the SDGs. The hemisphere of the brain that we deal with are the cultural and spiritual assumptions. And we think the golden rule is the most vivid example of this. But we also think that the place where this happens most vividly is within education system. And again, we take great envy, jealousy of the fact that in Italy you have inscribed climate change within the national curriculum. We think this is ultimately one of our goals. So we want children to lead us in this, but we want them to do so through their culture, through their values, through their kind of joyous undertaking of this work, and to understand it properly as something which will be affirmative, positive, and not kind of puritanical. So, Holly, I'm going to ask you now to just introduce yourself and talk to you a little about the film that we're going to show you next.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Anthony. So I'm Holly. I'm the education lead at Reboot the Future. And we were really excited to launch these films with the aim of inspiring new conversations on the climate crisis and supporting young people to take action. As Anthony said, as we approach COP26, we want to take inspiration from the amazing work that youth climate activists are doing all around the world, as well as educators in Italy especially, who are embedding climate studies into their curriculum. So the 5 films that you're about to see are collectively titled Rise Up, and they're each told from the perspective of different young people who, over the next 5 years, each in their own way, help to bring about a more compassionate and sustainable future. We want it to be a positive and an inspiring vision of what everyone can do. We were fortunate to have an incredible cast and crew who worked on these films in exceptionally difficult circumstances, navigating lockdowns and remote working and all sorts of complications thrown up by COVID. And all of the young people involved in these films have done an amazing job. So each of these 5 films is available to watch on our teacher platform, Global Dimension, and they're accompanied by teaching guides to help anyone to use them to spark positive conversations about rebooting the future over the next 5 years. So without any more further ado, sit back and enjoy. These are the Rise Up films.
Thank you so much, Holly. Thank you so much, Anthony. Now we're going to start the movie and we're going to reconnect at the end. And also, at the end, I want you to share something about the golden rule, because we never talk. So let's see the movie.
Dragon. Somebody date her and come and take her off my hands.
I believe that music is begging to be made.
So I just had an asthma attack. I've had asthma since I was a little girl. During the lockdown, it got better because there was less air pollution. But now things have started to get back to normal and traffic's come up and air pollution has increased. I can't breathe. I can taste it. It's like swallowing a cigarette. I can't even breathe in my own home. Hey guys, so we live in a democracy, which means we are allowed to petition our government in respect to matters of the general public interest. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, this is the dirt from my window caused by traffic pollution. Would you eat this? The United Nations Clean Air Initiative. Stay with me. It's important. Look, I don't have time for this. I need to study. But here are some important facts about emissions from coal power plants. I'm a hotshot lawyer with my hotshot suit and my hotshot brain, saving the world from air pollution, one toxic corporation at a time.
Lahari, what are you doing?
Nothing.
You are ridiculous.
Scientists have warned that in the next 10 years, sea levels may become too high for coastal communities on the east coast of England. The MP for South Norfolk, Richard Bacon, said unless sea defences are constructed as a matter of urgency, some people may be forced to move out of their homes much sooner than expected.
So, are you coming, yeah? There's going to be loads of us. It's not pointless if loads of us do it, and it's really important. The world's average temperature has already increased by 1 degree, and if it gets to 2 degrees, then sea levels are going to literally engulf entire countries. Hello? Hello? Hey, just wondering if you're coming on Saturday. The protest? We're going to send a really clear message, because if they don't do something, then the world is going to be like hell on earth. What do you mean? How do we get there? We take the bus. Okay. Maybe next time, yeah? We're really busy.
Are you really there?
I've got things to do that are really important, like at a world level.
Ask him what time he's coming for his dinner.
Grandad? Happy birthday, yeah? Got your card. Saturday, 3 o'clock. We're meeting at the bus stop and travelling together. Jade, Kerry, Kadisha, Zach. Yeah, he said where he was, yeah. Just yourself. And a coat, obviously. Days. Hey, get my tags. Brilliant, yeah, it's gonna be loads of us. Oh, do you want a badge?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Mum, seriously, listen to me. Didn't you hear the news? They've just announced that sea levels are going to rise by a minimum of 1 metre by the end of the century. A metre. But the media is on our side now. This is the time. You know what? The older generation might think we've got an attitude problem, but we had to go through a pandemic, trashed our GCSEs, an economic recession. The planet is literally collapsing and we're all going to die. So, excuse me if I don't waste my energy writing stupid essays. Mum?
I only asked if you got your coursework handed in on time.
Mum, seriously.
Thousands of students demonstrated today outside the Houses of Parliament in London, calling on the government to take more action to mitigate against climate change. Their actions followed a report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which declared that sea levels are predicted to rise by a minimum of 1 metre by the end of the century. A spokesman for the government said this would be a catastrophe for the country, and many coastal regions risk.
You okay? What's this? Is this you? Yep. I promise I'll go and see him tomorrow.
But it's his birthday today.
I know, but I've got to do
Your
this.
granddad looks forward to you visiting. He's having a hard time at the moment, what with the house and everything.
Mum, I'll come back.
You just...
Rising tensions and climate protests were diffused today when young people who've previously clashed with police were joined by thousands of older protesters dubbing themselves grandparents for the future. They formed a wall between police and younger activists, effectively making a protective barrier. There have been no reports of arrest and the government has pledged action. I can't wait to tell Mum. She's going to freak. Maybe she'll come next time.
Is there a next time?
What are you doing next weekend? Happy birthday.
Yes.
Let's all meet at Jamal's kitchen ridiculously early, like 9 AM. For the speech, I'm thinking start off gently, then like reel them in with some terrifying statistics, and then you could show some pictures of my granddad's house literally crumbling into the sea, and then finish with some of the amazing stuff that's been achieved, like the Green New Deal. And right, you can finish with something totally amazing about the natural world, like in all its wonder or glory or something that's... No, it's not an actual premise. When you say it's going to blow their mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo guys, it's Tyler here, back for another vlog. As you can see, beautiful London town. It's a lovely morning, but I'm late again for school. And you know why? Because of this guy. He does this every day.
His tomatoes need some loving, man.
This boy loves his tomatoes, you know. Oh, Mr. Nature. Oh my God, what is that? Oh, don't touch it, that's disgusting, man. Ugh. Oh.
Look, man, it's just a worm. It's like part of the ecosystem.
The what?
Search up.
What are you doing?
It's my documentary film.
It started as an ordinary day. Dad was cooking the chicken McNuggets. He had no idea what was about to happen.
You're so embarrassing.
Yeah. I know there's more to me, you know. I know there's more to me, you know. It's only the beginning.
Why are you filming me?
It's for my documentary film.
What film? Don't you need more drama for a film?
I need more tea.
Come and have tea on my balcony.
Okay. So we now go live to Jamal's house for the real tea.
The real tea.
It's kind of like toothpaste.
It's nice, isn't it? Hey, did you eat that tomato I gave you?
Oh, no.
Have some of this with it. Basil.
Oh, it smells good. Yeah. Are you okay, yeah?
I just want an allotment, you know? Grow potatoes or squash. It's like a mini pumpkin.
A pumpkin? Wait, that's what you use for Halloween, no?
Bro, you need to eat more vegetables. Now you need to meet more vegetables.
Come on, Jamal, hurry up. I'm hungry.
Look, it takes a while because you have to reduce the onions and the tomatoes. I also added these chilies that I grow on my balcony. It's nice to have a bit of spice, you know?
Things were getting little tense in the MasterChef kitchen. You should do MasterChef. Yeah. Be a big cooking star like Gordon Ramsay and that. Hey? What could be better than that?
Nah.
He's got no ambition.
What are your ambitions, Jamal?
Yeah, what are your ambitions, Jamal?
I just think people should know what they're eating, you know?
I always know what I'm eating.
Yeah? Yeah. All right. Take these tomatoes, right? Has it ever been on a lorry? No. Has it been flown halfway across the world on a plane? No. Put in a factory, frozen, wrapped in plastic, chucked in a carrier bag? No. Has it ever had a single chemical or pesticide on it? No. When you eat this, you know what you're eating. Just seeds, sunlight, and a little bit of water. It's a miracle, really. And it grew because I planted it. Yo, try this.
Oh, Dad, hold your camera.
Oh my God, I've got to do everything around here.
Come on, hurry up.
All right, I'm coming.
Dad, don't drop my camera.
I'm not going to drop it. That does look good. Go on, eat it.
You're actually really talented. A MasterChef! We have to roast that.
Roast it with what?
Black pepper and chili flakes.
Okay, let's give it a go.
Hey man, let's practice the interview. Tomorrow is Jamal's interview for his dream job. And he is feeling justifiably nervous. Jamal, why do you want this job?
I don't know.
Oh, all right then, I'll just give it to someone else then.
Because I like cooking.
Loads of people like cooking.
I think it's important to use food that's grown locally.
Yeah, but why though?
Okay. Because people die from eating badly. It's a matter of life and death. I think everyone deserves to eat properly.
Yeah. That's really good. You gotta say that.
I know there's more to me. I know there's more. I know there's more.
Sorry, excuse me, whose kitchen is this?
Jamal's. Aaron.
Oh, really? Thank you. Oh my days.
Lahari.
Wow.
Been for a long. We'll got a story to tell.
Oh, and the spicy sweet potato fries.
What?
What special recipe?
Hold
Enjoy.
on. Hold on. Don't let go.
Future they're growing up in, and I think declaring a climate emergency sends a strong
that's
message.
all very well. What can a little parish council actually do?
A lot of people think it's far too late to make any kind of difference. And if young people cared about it so much, then why aren't they here? Nobody's denying we're in a climate emergency. But honestly, what's the point of doing anything
When the Chinese refuse to.
they're far worse?
Okay. Does anybody else have anything they would like to say?
Well, we do recycle, actually. We do sort of care. We talk about it, like the wildfires and the ice melting and David Attenborough. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have anything they would like to say?
I'd like to speak. We have no choice but to pull together and to change the way we live on every single level. Act like your house is on fire, because it is. Young people want a better world. Why don't you? We want racial and gender equality, a fairer, healthier society, and an end to poverty. To anyone over a certain age who says it's too late, my response is, how dare you? How dare you gamble with my future? How dare you make a hell for us to live in and then leave us to it? You have a chance tonight to start making a difference. Why would you choose to do anything else? Around the world, against all expectations, young people have risen up, and look what we've managed to do. We achieved the Green New Deal and a just transition away from fossil fuels. I genuinely believe that in the future we will live in a way that protects our best asset, the natural world, in all its wonder and its glory. We have done so much. We can do even better. Thank you.
Alright everyone, what's up? Today I'm talking with some other young activists that are all making a difference in their own way. And climate change has become the #1 priority for most governments in the last few years. And students and young people, they have been at the center of that change. We're looking back over the last 5 years and asking them what has changed since the coronavirus pandemics and all those lockdowns, and what advice they would give their younger selves starting out.
Okay, so my advice would be to keep speaking up, right? In whatever way you can, on whatever platform. I remember during the pandemic, I found it really hard to focus. But I just had to get up every day and use my voice to influence others.
I would say, Jay, take that one step, however small. Attend a meeting, join a group, sign a petition. You have more power than you think you do.
The meat industry used to be one of the worst contributors to global warming, so first off, Erin, get used to a meat-free life. Chill out, you're actually going to really like vegetarian sausages. And homegrown local food is going to be huge and better thanks to legends like Jamal.
Haven't you got someone else better to ask?
Lahari, you are not going to be the media lawyer you thought you were. You are going to work in ecocide and stop crimes against the environment. It's not glamorous, you won't be invited to all the parties, but you aren't going to let another child lie on the floor suffocating. You're going to do something about it. And that's good.
Use your vote carefully. It took me a while to find the politicians who talked about sustainability and actually meant it.
Advice.
Don't be fooled into voting for someone who pretends to be greener than they are.
Whatever your skill is, use it to make life better. You know, not just cruising around.
Find the people that lift you up. They might not be who you expected. And then arrange meetings. Don't worry if no one comes at first. All movements start small. And actually, small changes can be a great start. For instance, use public transport. Don't waste things. Switch the lights off. Gotta start somewhere.
Okay.
Doing even a little good is better than doing nothing. But don't limit yourself. I mean, dream bigger than you thought. Your passion could become your career, right? And if you want change, you should change it.
You have much more power than you think you do. You deserve a better world. Demand it.
Don't forget to breathe. Oh my God, that was so stupid. Lahari, you have a master's degree and you forgot to breathe? Okay, so somebody else take over. I can't do this. Say something inspiring.
I guess it's like passing on for the next generation. Leaving the planet in the way you'd like to find it.
Thank you, I think guys, that's a wrap.
rise up. Find people who are able to lift you up, she says. It was amazing. Thank you so much, Anthony and Holly, for sharing with us this movie. It's a gift. Hearing their voices is a little like hearing the voice of our climate shapers, so it was very inspiring. But I want to know why you did this movie. What pushed you really to invest on creating a message through this kind of tool? So why did you choose to make a movie, and how did you choose those guys? What was really the big push behind all of that?
So, you hear me okay, Sarah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, there are three big crises we wanted to talk to in these movies, right? And one was, in COVID, there was a big crisis in schooling, okay? And we have yet to feel the full effects of what happened in our schools in this last year. So many children had their education disrupted, and with all the concomitant social impacts that this had. So we had many kind of young people locked in their rooms, unable to go out. The second one was we had a crisis in the arts. Okay, so we had no theatre, no opera, no musical performance, and we couldn't. Very, very difficult to actually film things externally. So you also have this. In addition to this generation of young people, you have this generation of young artists who have no creative outlet. Yeah. And then the third crisis is the climate crisis, right? So on top of COVID, we're saying to these young people, you're 16 years old, you cannot vote, your education has been disrupted, and also we're going to give you an inheritance of the biggest ecological catastrophe in history, right? So you add these three factors together, it is no surprise that we now have a young generation of people who have the worst mental health issues and are feeling uniquely disempowered. So the point of these 5 movies was to give young people a route into their own empowerment and their own agency. We're not saying that any of these 5 stories in these films are the way. We're saying to young people that we want you to bring your own agency to these decisions. We want you to give us your solutions and feel that you have the power to change things. It's almost like giving them permission to change things at a point when they are uniquely disaffected. We also have a slightly more kind of structural ambition with this, and maybe Holly, I can ask you to tell about how we're bringing this into schools.
Yeah, sure. I mean, one thing that we're really aware of in UK schools is that climate crisis is not currently embedded in every subject, in every kind of area. Yes, it is in science, geography a little bit, but we wanted to empower teachers to be able to bring it into discussion at any point in the school day, at any point that seemed to resonate with students. So we decided that short films were a really fantastic way to just bring bites of conversation into the classroom at whatever moment made sense. For us, we know that conversation is the most important way to kickstart people's emotions and start to get people engaged and excited and hopeful about the future. So that's why these films were kind of designed to kickstart these conversations. The teaching resources that accompany them help teachers to facilitate a discussion and really bring that sense of hope and empowerment to the classroom.
And what's next? Because we in Italy in September, September, October, in the fall, we're going to host the pre-COP26. There is a big movement already happening with All for Climate and the youth activation. We're going to have hundreds of youth, we hope, luckily, flying to Italy and join this movement. But big things are going to happen also in Glasgow, and the entire world actually is going to come together because time is now. What's on your plate? What are you going to do? What's the next step for Reboot the Future?
So we have a community. One of the things that we have in Reboot, we manage a community of 15,000 teachers, okay, in the UK. And so part of the reason for making these movies was to say that we have 15,000 schoolrooms. And so hypothetically, we have access to 450,000 school children in the UK in the year of COP26. So all our actions from between here and the COP will be about connecting schoolrooms with young activists and finding ways that we can enhance that conversation and drive grassroots work. So we're currently working with some corporate bodies like Pearson and Unilever, Marks and Spencers, but we'll also be working on a competition which will launch in September, where we'll be trying to stimulate the interest in this work by offering a young activist the opportunity to go to the Antarctic. So we would very much like to work with anyone in the room with you just now and look at ways that we can join forces and really aggregate the voices of these young activists and find, particularly on the online space, where we can stimulate discussion, growth, impact, and heat.
Thank you. One last thing. There is a competition happening now because I know that for youth you have many different programs, and I know that you are asking for you to join this conversation. Can you share with us a little bit where people can find information about the plans of Reboot?
So the campaign sits on our teacher platform, Global Dimension. So they can go to globaldimension.com, globaldimension.org.uk/reboot the future, and all the information about the teaching resources and the films are all on there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are at the end of this incredible journey. Today we have been talking a lot about skills. We have been talking about the crucial role of educators, of all the different players of the ecosystem. We were really feeling the need of breaking the silos and connect the dots. Thanks to Reboot for the work you are doing, because now it's time really to start from the kids, the next generations, and to empower teachers, giving them the tools to lead and share and join this big transformation that is needed. We can do so much starting from our classrooms, and we need to help our kids to connect the dots and to understand the complexity of our system and letting them understand that they are part of the change. So there is just one last thing that we didn't mention yet. You just talked about that very briefly. That is the golden rule. The golden rule has been something we have been talking a lot about during this pandemic. Through the journey of Good After COVID, while we were writing and contributing to write this Marshall Plan for the planet, we have been talking a lot about which are the values we need to bring back. Anthony, please, just one last thing. We didn't explain, but I think it's something so much needed. I think that the golden rule is the starting point. 1 second to explain the principles of the golden rule.
1 second?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 20 seconds. So the golden rule is, in our version, is treat each other and the planet as you would wish to be treated. And we see this in its biggest form in the idea of a just transition, okay? So that we in the North treat the people in the South as we ourselves would wish to be treated, with respect and dignity and equanimity, okay? So this is the biggest possible focus. But there is a French social anthropologist called Levi Strauss, and he writes about, in the south of France, everyone pours the glass of wine for each other first, okay? So and you go into a restaurant and you turn to your neighbor and you pour them a glass of wine, and then they pour the same to each other. So you see here in the golden rule, in economic terms, nothing is happening. But if you share food and wine at the table with each other, something is happening and society is created. So for your summit, I would say, is feed your neighbor as yourself, and think of all the dignity and the humanity that is brought to the dinner table is the same as the boardroom table, and this is where humanity happens.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for reminding to all of us, the people who are joining us from the different social media and the people here with us at Isola Catania. I think that this is the starting point. Let's bring back the virtues and the values in our conversation. Let's start from there. Let's start from the basic and essential needs for humans and the planets. We are at the end of this journey, and as you were remembering the importance of convivium, of sharing, of inclusion, and we've been talking a lot about food and the planet, food for Earth, who's the title of this journey. This for us is the first stop of a long journey. We are starting from Catania, but we are going to stop in other ministerial meeting of the G20 following the global conversation. And of course, we wanted to start from the most important step, education, and kids, and youth, and empowering change makers. And we did that with a big amount of friends, partners, supporters, thought leaders that are inspiring us every single day. And we are joining this journey together with Antonio Perdichizzi, Isola Catania, that are our partners, but also and overall with All for Climate, the program of our Ministry of Ecological Transition that is supporting the journey towards the COP26, and overall FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Follow our programs, follow the futurefood.academy and the Climate Shapers initiatives. And let's remember that each time we gather around the table, we are honoring our past. We have to engage and enjoy the present with the people sharing the meal with us. But also, every single bite, every single food choices that every day we are doing, multiple times a day, is connecting us to the future. Let's connect the dots. Let's understand which are the impact we are daily making. Thank you so much. Our journey around the future of food and how we're feeding the world, and feeders and food makers and farmers and also educators is ending. And now we are entering into the last part of the journey, and we are going to engage with startup of the local ecosystem. So I don't know if Erika or Giuseppe are here, but you will find them around. I invite you to stay and to come and to enjoy and connect with the big startup ecosystem that is here in Catania. Thank you so much for all your support and for joining this mission. Thank you to all the people following us and to all the amazing partners that make all this project happen. Thank you and goodbye. Perdichizzi non lo ringraziamo perché l'abbiamo ringraziato tutti per 48 ore, quindi va da sé che Perdichizzi è da ringraziare. Giuseppe, qui.
Ci
Parte
siamo.
col video.
Prova il microfono.
Prova? Mi sentite? Sì.
Ci sentite? Ok, ci siamo.
Benvenuti. Finalmente ci siamo. Siamo tornati dopo 1 anno e mezzo con il primo evento dal vivo. Questo è l'Appidee, l'appuntamento delle idee. Questa è un'edizione speciale, innanzitutto perché siamo il nostro primo evento ad Isola e siamo super contenti di questo. Poi perché è un'edizione Green Edition, edizione sostenibilità. Poi se non mi sentite ditemelo, io lo posso anche staccare. Sono contenta perché oggi qui ci sono delle start-up presenti che pitcheranno e racconteranno le loro idee, ma anche start-upper che hanno già avviato le loro idee, professionisti del settore che ci guideranno in questo viaggio dando dei feedback, facendo delle domande alle start-up, perché come sappiamo bene la validazione va al primo posto quando si parla di start-up e quindi vogliamo validarle insieme a voi, quindi sbizzarritevi anzi con le domande e i feedback.
I feedback sono accolti perché l'Appidee proprio nasce per questo, per cercare di aiutare queste giovani start-up con dei feedback costruttivi per la loro crescita. Quindi abbiamo già una giuria dei nostri partner che ci supporteranno e sappiamo già che saranno abbastanza tosti, quindi start-upper preparatevi.
Ma per chi non lo sapesse, per chi è qui per la prima volta, vi racconto brevemente cos'è UTAB, questa associazione, ma a noi piace definirla come una community. Siamo una community di giovani appassionati del mondo dell'innovazione e delle start-up. Ci rivolgiamo ad aspiranti start-upper, imprenditori e start-upper e li guidiamo nel loro percorso di creazione dall'idea al progetto. Come lo facciamo? Con una serie di incontri come appuntamenti come questi, ma anche incontri che possono essere pillole informative per fornire il kit necessario che ogni start-upper dovrebbe avere prima di lanciare la propria idea nel mercato. Questi siamo noi, io, Anna e i ragazzi di UTAB che adesso io vedo tutti qui sparpagliati, abbiamo Ema, abbiamo Andrea, abbiamo Guido, abbiamo Giuseppe, anche Fabio, e vi invito a parlare con loro non appena finirà l'evento per tesseramenti,
Sì, per qualsiasi tesseramento e informazione potete parlare sia con noi che guardate le storie Instagram, ci sono tante informazioni, o mandare insomma un'email con scritto action a UTAB. Questa è la nostra modalità, quindi siamo a disposizione per qualsiasi tipo di informazioni, insomma.
Prima di iniziare, per spiegarvi un attimo il format dell'appuntamento di oggi, volevamo mostrarvi un brevissimo video, 20 secondi, dove vi faremo vedere cosa è successo a dicembre durante lo scorso Appidee e cosa ci aspettiamo anche oggi. Se abbiamo il video.
Volevo chiederti se...
Una demo del prodotto.
Quindi andiamo a concludere con Giancarlo. Ve l'avevamo detto, era brevissimo. Quindi come funziona l'Appidee? Allora, saranno 3 minuti di presentazione per ogni startup, ma 3 minuti super svizzeri, su questo noi siamo intransigenti.
Faremo partire un applauso gentile alla fine dei 3.
Dopo questa brevissima presentazione ci saranno 5 minuti per le domande e i feedback da parte dei nostri ospiti e si passerà alla startup successiva. Saranno 6 startup che si alterneranno in diversi ambiti, quindi direi di cominciare subito.
Sì. La tematica di oggi è Green Edition e abbiamo startup europee, quindi non solo siciliane, siamo molto contenti di questo. Iniziamo con la prima, con Marco Loteta di UStep. Un applauso di incoraggiamento.
La puoi poggiare?
La mission di UStep è quella di promuovere la sostenibilità ambientale attraverso l'azione più semplice, ovvero camminare.
Ci siamo? Salve a tutti. Scambio slide, non ce n'è. Tanto sono Marco, piacere, grazie mille per l'opportunità. Ok, ci siamo.
A partire da... ce lo dice la regia?
Ok. Ah, perfetto, ok.
Perfetto.
Grazie mille. Allora, oggi vi presento YouStep, l'app che premia i tuoi passi. La nostra visione nasce dall'ambizione di voler promuovere una sostenibilità ambientale partendo da un gesto molto semplice, quello del camminare e quindi dai propri passi. Avendo fatto una accurata analisi di problemi ed opportunità che riguarda questo settore, ci siamo accorti quanto la mobilità sostenibile sia un tema fondamentale nello sviluppo, nella crescita del nostro territorio, e per questo la nostra ambizione è quella di voler coniugare un legame molto forte fra il benessere della persona e lo sviluppo sostenibile del territorio. Appunto siamo un'applicazione che conta i passi e grazie a un nostro speciale contapassi, uno strumento che abbiamo collegato all'interno dell'app, riconosciamo quali passi sono stati effettuati all'aperto e quali sono stati effettuati al chiuso, e su questo appunto stabiliamo un vero calcolo, insomma, di CO2 risparmiata su una determinata distanza percorsa. Siamo l'unica in realtà in Italia che in qualche modo ha creato uno strumento di riconoscimento e di validazione in questo settore, e per questo abbiamo creato un sistema di conversione che permette di premiare appunto i passi compiuti. Appunto la nostra soluzione vede e offre la possibilità di riscattare dei premi all'interno dell'applicazione avendo sempre lo stesso concetto, appunto fare del bene e promuovere la sostenibilità. Ad oggi abbiamo realizzato circa 1,5 milioni di passi grazie ai nostri utenti e abbiamo fatto piantare attraverso la nostra applicazione circa 100 alberi, avendo sviluppato un incremento del circa 32% dell'attività motoria. La nostra strategia di sviluppo parte da voler andare a intercettare i nostri cosiddetti early adopter, quindi le prime persone che si hanno voglia di avvicinarsi a una community sostenibile, e chiaramente ci rifacciamo a un pubblico giovane che crede in queste tematiche. In particolar modo vogliamo sviluppare un servizio che riguardi anche le aziende e che riguarda in generale i sistemi di amministrazione pubblica e non, andando appunto a offrire un servizio di sostenibilità a 360 gradi. Il nostro business model appunto si divide quindi su due settori, una parte rivolta ai consumatori e una parte rivolta alle aziende, offrendo la possibilità di dare appunto un servizio che guardi la responsabilità sociale appunto delle aziende, la famosissima CSR. I nostri competitor sono molto folti, ma in realtà il nostro servizio è unico nel suo genere e ci distinguiamo per la nostra modalità di offrire una gamification che punta appunto a fare del bene. Da una nostra analisi finanziaria crediamo che nel giro di qualche anno riusciremo ad andare insomma in modo sostenibile anche dal punto di vista economico, che è la cosa fondamentale. Ad oggi siamo nella fase di struttura del nostro MVP, lo stiamo lanciando, siamo in fase di lancio e crediamo di offrire fuori il servizio entro qualche mese da oggi. La famiglia è molto corposa e quindi è finito il tempo, ma abbiamo finito. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie. Io lascio a voi la parola. Quindi, abbiamo domande per Marco? Avete 4 minuti. Ci penso io.
Microfono?
Ciao Marco, sono Giovanni. Avete pensato a partnership in ambito sanitario? Valorizzazioni in ambito collaborazioni o con aziende sanitarie o con community di pazienti che possano avere vantaggi nel creare il doppio valore sia in ambito green che per se stessi?
Tanto ti ringrazio per la domanda, è molto interessante. In realtà chiaramente il nostro core è promuovere un benessere chiaramente per la persona attraverso appunto l'attività motoria, quindi chiaramente la parte sanitaria ha dei vantaggi importanti sia in termini di spese, perché chiaramente vivendo in un mondo dove stiamo tutti bene, le spese sanitarie si ammortizzano. Non abbiamo ancora pensato di fare proprio un servizio ad hoc per la parte sanitaria, però la camminata insomma aiuta tantissimo, soprattutto in questo settore, anche in un'ottica di prevenzione sanitaria.
La mia domanda era un po' più generica sui key partner. Chi sono i vostri key partner e che operazioni di marketing avete pensato per promuovere YouStep?
Grazie per la domanda, Felice. Allora, ad oggi abbiamo sviluppato un network che chiaramente si rifà a uno sfondo sostenibile, perché crediamo che ad oggi costruire una rete green sia la base per promuovere determinate tipologie di progetti, anche perché alla fine la mission è una mission comune, quella di contribuire insomma alla salvaguardia del nostro umile pianeta. Abbiamo sviluppato delle partnership appunto ad hoc su questo fronte con Legambiente, avendo fatto diverse attività di promozione e di attività sociali, quindi non solo l'applicazione, ma ci contraddistinguiamo perché appunto vogliamo sensibilizzare e creare consapevolezza di cosa vuol dire essere sostenibili a 360 gradi. E insomma la direzione che vogliamo prendere è proprio questa, cioè cercare di fare rete sfruttando insomma delle collaborazioni win to win per fare del bene poi tutti insieme. Dalla parte di marketing quello che offriamo noi all'interno dell'applicazione, quello che sta funzionando, è dare l'opportunità di far conoscere e di conoscere realtà sostenibili che insomma in qualche modo creano consapevolezza negli usi di tutti i giorni, e quindi le nostre azioni di marketing si rifanno proprio a creare consapevolezza sostenibile, dalla piantumazione degli alberi al scegliere oggettistiche sostenibili piuttosto che insomma il normalissimo consumismo.
Grazie. Qualche altra domanda? Solo se velocissima. Super veloce domanda. Ok. Perfetto.
Grazie a tutti.
Grazie Marco. Fai tu con l'altro. Ok, andiamo con la prossima startup, con Sandro Puglisi di Sicilian Wheat Bank.
Io direi che per questa startup noi abbiamo una modalità ibrida.
Esatto.
Che questa è la prima edizione che è appunto in modalità ibrida, quindi abbiamo delle startup che sono collegate anche da diversi paesi, non solo in Italia ma anche all'estero, e quindi ciao Sandro.
Ciao,
Sandro.
buonasera a
Perfetto.
tutti.
Allora,
Sì, perfetto, grazie. Scusate se sono un po' impacciato, però è stato difficile essere presente lì.
ti ringraziamo.
Periodo di raccolta del grano?
Sì, anche tu hai 3 minuti a partire da adesso.
Sì. Benissimo, buonasera a tutti, grazie per l'opportunità. Banca del Grano in realtà non è più una novità perché è una startup in piena fase di sviluppo. È stata costituita nel 2019 ed è stata riconosciuta una startup innovativa. L'obiettivo della startup è quello di introdurre il concetto di token economy nel mondo del grano duro, del grano duro italiano. Per cui è stata sviluppata una convenzione con l'Università degli Studi di Catania che ci ha consentito di avviare un gruppo di ricerca che sta sviluppando una piattaforma digitalizzata e decentralizzata, consente sostanzialmente la tokenizzazione di lotti specifici di grano duro italiano, nonché la loro messa diciamo, sulla piattaforma digitale ai contro moneta corrente piuttosto che beni o servizi. Quindi abbiamo avuto come riferimento principale, abbiamo dovuto individuare la blockchain di Ethereum, che è quella più adatta a fare, diciamo, a sviluppare il concetto di token economy, e conseguentemente ci affidiamo sulla garanzia e sulla sicurezza di questa struttura. Parallelamente stiamo portando avanti una serie di attività che vanno dal market analyst al market intelligence a quello internazionale. Diciamo già tramite il portale una serie di servizi che possono in qualche modo iniziare ad abituare anche i nostri utenti, a quella che è una realtà che generalmente fino adesso è stata riservata alle commodities in generale, ma che per quanto riguarda il prodotto specifico non si è mai vista. Ci auguriamo di poter trasformarlo in realtà, perché problema principale del grano duro è quello di una necessità di liquidità, e quindi molto spesso le aziende liquidano il prodotto a prescindere dalla convenienza del prezzo. Il problema principale è proprio questo, per cui è nata questa esigenza di startup, e stiamo cercando di trasformare un business model che si sviluppa non da decenni ma da centinaia di anni, quello appunto di guardare ben oltre la... Esatto. Ecco.
Sandro?
Sì, ci
Faccio
sono.
racconto un po', una breve descrizione perché ti sei sentito un po' a tratti. Allora, la startup cerca di rivoluzionare il mercato cerealico attraverso l'uso della blockchain. L'obiettivo è creare un mercato internazionale decentralizzato, dove investitori, produttori e trasformatori possano operare in maniera disintermediata. Quindi questa è un po' la breve
Esatto,
descrizione.
grazie. Ottima sintesi, grazie.
Grazie. Avete un paio di domande per Sandro?
Forse vedevo Andrea. Ok, lì?
Ok, no, non ti vedo bene con la luce.
Volevo chiedere quali sono questi benefici dal punto di vista della sostenibilità, perché per troppo non mi sono stati chiari e vorrei un approfondimento su questo. Grazie.
Sì, dal punto di vista della sostenibilità, senza ombra di dubbio, la possibilità di mettere in diretto contatto i produttori agricoli con l'industria di trasformazione tramite una piattaforma decentralizzata consente, senza diciamo, riflettere nemmeno più di tanto, di azzerare e abbattere direttamente tutti gli spostamenti. Non solo, l'economizzazione della filiera in tal senso viene elevata a livello esponenziale, perché i benefici vanno sia nei confronti del produttore agricolo, ma anche e soprattutto del consumatore, che molto spesso si ritrova poi un prodotto che quando passa di mano in mano diciamo, perde le proprie caratteristiche di origine.
Grazie. Qualche altra domanda?
Sì, Sandro, una domanda, ma come la blockchain potrebbe migliorare il valore per i coltivatori e quindi anche per tutta la filiera rispetto ai tradizionali mercati regolamentari?
Beh, in realtà in questo caso noi la blockchain la utilizziamo solo come servizio di notarizzazione, per cui ci consente di validare e di tokenizzare quello che è un prodotto che è già esistente, che è fisico. Quindi tutte le altre, diciamo, tutti gli altri aspetti che possono essere presi in considerazione anche dal punto di vista della rintracciabilità del prodotto, sostanzialmente passano quasi in secondo piano, perché ancorché vengano annotate tutte le transazioni sulla blockchain da un soggetto all'altro, qualsiasi passaggio viene annotato sulla blockchain di Ethereum, pur non di meno noi nemmeno l'abbiamo preso in considerazione, mettiamola così, perché l'obiettivo era più che altro cercare di validare e attribuire valore a qualcosa che già di esistente è, e che è il grano duro e che c'è fisicamente depositato presso dei centri di stoccaggio o comunque dei depositi dichiarati sulla piattaforma.
Abbiamo l'ultima domanda velocissima.
Una domanda rispetto agli attori di questa rete. Ci fai un esempio in cui ci illustri qual è il prodotto e come questa filiera sia accorciata tanto da dare il vantaggio al produttore rispetto ai mercati tradizionali? Grazie.
Sì. Generalmente il produttore agricolo afferisce al centro di stoccaggio di zona, o perché non ha possibilità di ampliare la propria, diciamo, domanda, oppure perché proprio non riesce ad avere la capacità di arrivare sul mercato. Quindi già un primo step in tal senso è fatto, perché gli offriamo l'opportunità di avere una finestra sul mondo, non solo a fronte della possibilità di interagire sulla piattaforma, siano esse industrie di trasformazione finali, ma anche semplici investitori, la zia Maria, sostanzialmente diamo e amplifichiamo in maniera esponenziale la possibilità di vendere prodotto, di piazzare il prodotto sul mercato, cercando di sfruttare quanto più possibile in un momento come quello che stiamo vivendo, in cui gli interessi negativi sono una realtà ormai presente in più paesi, coniugare appunto da un lato il grano duro e dall'altro lato l'enorme liquidità che c'è sul mercato internazionale, per poter fare di due negatività, tra virgolette, positività.
Ok, il tempo è terminato, grazie.
Grazie a voi.
Grazie, ciao Sandro.
A presto.
Benissimo, allora passiamo alla prossima startup, Daniele Azzaro. Perfetto, tutto tuo.
Buonasera a tutti, grazie per l'opportunità. Io sono Daniele Azzaro, giovane imprenditore agricolo e dottore in ingegneria informatica. Stasera vi presento Agricoltech, la terra chiama, la tecnologia arriva. Da imprenditore agricolo mi sono posto una domanda: come poter ottimizzare le risorse finanziarie e ottimizzare i raccolti e l'allevamento, la produttività dell'allevamento? La soluzione la forniamo tramite un kit di sensori che permettono il monitoraggio delle colture e soprattutto del bestiame e dei capi di bestiame. Tutti i dati vengono aggregati e inviati su una piattaforma web, in particolare verrà sviluppata una web app dove praticamente i dati verranno collezionati e poi customizzati in base all'azienda che ne richiede. Il mercato, soprattutto in Italia, è in continua crescita e, come vediamo, dal 2018 al 2019 si è fermato a 450 milioni di euro. Il target del nostro market sono le medie e grandi imprese agricole siciliane, ma anche agricoltori e imprenditori con attitudini smart. I principali competitor, perché Agricoltech si vuole sviluppare e impiantare le proprie radici in Sicilia, sono la Smart Island e la Lualtech. Entrambi siciliane. La prima produce software e hardware IoT, la seconda invece sviluppa del software, in particolare una web app per il collezionamento dei dati. La differenza sostanziale è che vogliamo offrire non solo il monitoraggio delle colture, ma anche dei capi di bestiame, servizio che attualmente non viene offerto, e sfruttare l'avvento del 5G e quindi sfruttare tutte le potenzialità di calcolo che verranno offerte all'utente, che sarà più vicino. Quindi queste potenzialità di calcolo saranno più vicino all'utente. E questo permetterà tantissimi vantaggi che scoprirete presto con l'avvento del 5G. La revenue model si basa sulla vendita dei kit di sensori, non solo in leasing ma tramite vendita diretta, e con la possibilità di avere dei pacchetti personalizzati in base all'utilizzo della piattaforma, e anche la possibilità di vendere i dati sotto forma di aggregazioni al mercato che ne richiede. Attualmente il team è composto da me, che sono l'ideatore, e dai miei due advisor, il professore Lacorte e il professore Giovanni Schembra. Ad oggi è solamente un'idea ibrida, ma tra un anno e da grandi punteremo a fornire questi kit di sensori e a sviluppare tutta la rivoluzione di rete. Attualmente ho pensato a un funding con una campagna di crowdfunding. Grazie per l'attenzione, questo è tutto. Qualsiasi domanda rimango a disposizione.
Grazie Daniele. Allora, abbiamo domande? Sì.
Allora, come feedback ti direi di aggiungere sia una roadmap nelle slide per rendere più chiaro qual è il tuo percorso futuro da qui ai prossimi 3 anni almeno, e se è possibile anche un'analisi del mercato potenziale con eventuali sviluppi di ROI, ROS o comunque una parte revenue per capire se sarai sostenibile tecnicamente ed economicamente da qui ai prossimi 3 anni.
Va bene.
Un piccolo feedback.
Okay. Grazie per il feedback, apprezzato. Come ho detto, giustamente è un'idea ibrida, quindi giustamente mancano delle basi importanti.
Qualcun altro? Ok.
Ciao, sono Antonio. Volevo chiederti dal punto di vista prettamente tecnico quali vantaggi secondo te l'avvento del 5G, delle SDN, eccetera, possono portare su questo tipo di mercato?
Allora, con l'avvento del 5G o comunque tutte le moderne tecnologie, vediamo come il traffico di rete aumenta costantemente e esponenzialmente col passare del tempo. Quindi la possibilità di portare e spostare le capacità computazionali dal cloud ai server, agli edge server che sono più vicini all'utente, permette non solo di velocizzare la trasmissione di dati, di ottimizzare tutto il traffico della rete e soprattutto salvaguardare la sicurezza dei dispositivi IoT, perché tutti i dispositivi IoT, qualsiasi sensore sarà connesso totalmente a internet e quindi qualsiasi tipo di attacco, di hackeraggio da parte di qualsiasi ente, diciamo, c'è una protezione spostando tutto all'edge, quindi al bordo della rete. Diciamo, questo sono uno dei tanti vantaggi che porterà, diciamo, l'evoluzione del 5G. Ecco.
Ciao, ti faccio una domanda sul tema dei competitor. Ti chiedo se puoi spiegare in modo un po' più dettagliato qual è il vantaggio competitivo, perché il dubbio che viene è se è in previsione del 5G o del perché non utilizzano aziende ben più strutturate, economicamente più forti, perché non fanno un tipo di cultura, oppure sul 5G perché non ci dovrebbero andare loro. Qual è veramente il vostro vantaggio competitivo rispetto a loro?
Allora, a parte il fatto che la prima azienda che ho citato, la Smart Island, produce prodotti IoT. L'idea di questa azienda non è produrre prodotti IoT, ma fare una partnership con qualche azienda che possa fornire questi prodotti IoT e noi sviluppare tutta la parte di rete e quindi non solo velocizzare diciamo, il traffico dati provenienti da tutti i sensori, ma poi fornire tramite appunto un team di sviluppatori di IPA dei servizi ad hoc per l'azienda. Viene lei, cliente, facciamo una customizzazione del progetto su misura dell'azienda, non facciamo un kit standard. In questo modo lei può avere tutti i benefici. Quindi magari un servizio X non lo utilizzerebbe mai, un servizio Y non lo utilizzerebbe sempre e quindi andiamo a ottimizzare quello. Poi diciamo la rete ci viene incontro, ma per adesso è tutto in fase di sviluppo, anche perché il 5G in Italia ancora è in fase sperimentale, cioè, quindi diciamo questo è...
Ok.
Vabbè, grazie alla domanda comunque. Sì.
Ok, grazie. Vedrà a me il microfono. Passiamo alla prossima con Francesco Spyras, che è sempre indifferita. Spyras, la sua mission è quella di creare una piattaforma di analisi di dati relativa alla respirazione per migliorare il sistema attuale di riabilitazione respiratoria. Abbiamo in collegamento.
Ciao, ci senti?
Ci senti, Francesco?
Salve, sì, vi sento. Voi mi sentite? Mi vedete?
Hai 3 minuti?
Va bene, allora, giusto per iniziare il pitch sarà in inglese, ok? Però poi risponderò alle domande in italiano. D'accordo? Ok. So again, thank you everyone for the opportunity, Youth Hub and Isola. And today I'm going to talk about Spirus, which is a London-based startup working on respiratory analytics. We have identified a problem in the pulmonary rehabilitation referral rate. We know that pulmonary rehabilitation is actually great for the patient, for the NHS, with big numbers shown there, and that saves up to 70 million, at least to the UK healthcare system, because the data we have is from the UK, and per year. But it's got a problem. If you take, for example, the eligible population of that suffers from COPD of 500,000 in the UK, only 70,000 are referred and have access to pulmonary rehabilitation. And we are not counting all the people suffering from lung cancer, cystic fibrosis, and now COVID-19. The problem is that pulmonary rehabilitation happens in person. Therefore, not everyone can go there. Now, Spider Solution offers a means for telemonitoring of people, of patients that need respiratory rehabilitation by providing them with a set of devices, Inspirus mask hardware, a pulse oximeter, a spirometer, or other devices that partners work with us make, and we put all the data from these sensors through our software, and we can give feedback to the clinician on how the patient is doing by showing them our dashboard, which means the patient can do pulmonary rehabilitation from home. Now, the evidence that we have gathered so far is actually quite impressive. We were lucky enough to test our device. You can see our device in the mask on this mannequin that is used to test respirators in the hospital. And we have achieved a 99.5% accuracy when measuring breathing rates. Moreover, our current instructions sees us involved with two partners on the respiratory training space. Power Brief Training Mask, where we are enhancing the devices with our respiratory analytics capabilities. We are also working on our own device, which is this reusable module that everyone can attach to their masks and give feedback on how they are breathing, and whether they also can be used for exercises, and uses our own proprietary paper sensor to measure the breathing rate. We plan, if we just apply this to the medical respiratory rehabilitation target, to reach a target revenue of 1 million in 2022, and then more from. Now, as you can see, Spider's future is divided into two. It's the medical market that we need to do more research, we need more market validations. We are currently looking funds for that, and the health and fitness market. Our Ok.
Ok, grazie Francesco. Ci sono delle domande?
Ok. Italiano, inglese, uguale.
Sì, io vorrei fare la domanda, credo che tutti quanti ci siamo posti. Come mai hai fatto il pitch in inglese? Perché essendo da remoto hai messo in difficoltà un po' tutti quanti diciamo nel capirti, sia per diciamo, la non presenza, sia diciamo, sulla lingua. Per cui personalmente sempre mi è venuto molto difficile seguire. Diciamo, questa è la domanda che credo ci siamo posti un po' tutti.
Sì, no, allora, mi scuso allora in anticipo con te. No, il motivo principale, ne abbiamo discusso con Isola e Youth Hub se sarebbe stato più opportuno farlo in inglese o in italiano. Sono deciso di farlo in inglese perché tutti i nostri pitch sono in inglese, quindi abbiamo sempre pitchato in inglese. E quindi
abbiamo un'altra domanda.
No, è un feedback che si collega a questo. Tendenzialmente, in base a chi ti ascolta, chi è il tuo target, è sempre meglio utilizzare la lingua magari più chiara per tutti, solo perché ci sono delle difficoltà di comprensione anche se fosse stato in italiano, considerando che sei da remoto, quindi è solamente un piccolo feedback. L'altra cosa che non mi era chiara era il business model, cioè se ti rivolgi al B2C, se ti rivolgi al B2B, qual è il revenue model, forse perché non hai completato. Grazie.
Ok, no, grazie per il feedback. No, sì, avete ragione. Per quanto riguarda il revenue model, abbiamo iniziato per ora con un B2C, B2B. Infatti, come avevo mostrato prima, stiamo lavorando con 2 partners che sono nell'ambito di riabilitazione appunto respiratoria, che loro fanno dispositivi e noi aggiungiamo il nostro software analisi di dati ai loro dispositivi. Questo quindi abbiamo iniziato così per poter continuare la ricerca nel nostro prodotto, che è questa mascherina, che è questo add-on che si aggiunge a una mascherina per misurare appunto la frequenza respiratoria mentre si sta indossando. E questo quindi quando stiamo spostando più verso il B2C, stiamo per rilasciare questa mascherina che sarà disponibile nei prossimi mesi. Saremo nel Regno Unito e poi ci allargheremo negli altri paesi, ma stiamo applicando ora per il marchio CE, quindi saremo in grado di vendere anche in Europa. Nel futuro cercheremo di diventare appunto una healthcare, una compagnia, una medtech, nel senso appunto per raggiungere i pazienti che hanno bisogno di riabilitazione polmonare.
Grazie. Ci sono altre domande? Lì?
Grazie, molto interessante. Volevo capire meglio se i dati finiscono sullo smartphone, questo non mi è stato chiaro, e rimangono lì e vengono analizzati lì, o se è possibile esportarli e quindi magari darli a disposizione di un medico che si può trovare lontano, o addirittura incrociarli con intelligenza artificiale per creare dei modelli di apprendimento che possono elaborare i dati magari in maniera automatica.
Perfetto, grazie per la domanda. La risposta è entrambi, dipende dall'utilizzo e dal punto al quale saremo arrivati. Per quanto riguarda appunto l'ambito medico, sì, questi dati attraversano il telefono e poi vanno nel nostro sistema cloud e da lì li analizziamo e forniamo i risultati al dottore, al medico che comunque sta seguendo il paziente. Invece per quanto riguarda l'approccio B2C, per ora, che è quello che stiamo per rilasciare nei prossimi mesi, tutto succede all'interno del telefono, inclusa l'analisi. Questo inoltre vuol dire che i dati sono al sicuro per ora all'interno del telefono degli utenti. Quando saremo pronti, li porteremo nel cloud e li analizzeremo e faremo appunto machine learning quando avremo un use case più grande.
Perfetto Francesco, grazie. Abbiamo terminato i minuti a disposizione. Passiamo
Grazie.
alla prossima startup. Continuiamo con un'altra idea presentata dal vivo questa volta. Quindi abbiamo qui Anna, ci presenterà Chimia.
Sì.
Slide. Anche tu 3 minuti, mi raccomando.
Sì, 3 minuti, sempre 3 minuti. Ok. Ciao a tutti, sono Anna Cacopardo e come dico sempre sono una siciliana che ha deciso di innovare nel suo territorio. Vi presento Chimia, i primi cosmetici derivanti dal pistacchio di Bronte. Prima voglio portarvi nelle campagne brontesi, dove ogni 2 anni vengono bruciate 1000 tonnellate di mallo di pistacchio. Questo per noi crea un fortissimo impatto ambientale. Noi abbiamo deciso di raccoglierlo per donargli una nuova vita. La sostanza di scarto, proprio il rivestimento più esterno del pistacchio, che prende il nome di Pistactive F, ovvero un iperfermentato. Abbiamo depositato il brevetto di Pistactive F, che è un nuovo principio attivo ad uso cosmetico e nutraceutico. La sua forza risiede nel potere antiossidante, del 42% più forte rispetto agli antiossidanti oggi sul mercato. È a lunga conservazione, quindi non risente della raccolta biennale del pistacchio. E da qui nasce la nostra bellissima crema, ovvero la crema No Age, che grazie al Pistactive Beauty Action riesce a contrastare l'invecchiamento della pelle. Vi sono pochissimi ingredienti ma preziosi. In ogni vasetto da 50 ml vi sta il 3% di Pistactive F e per noi corrisponde a un'altissima capacità produttiva. La nostra trasformazione è del tutto responsabile, parte da uno scarto biologico e si conclude con un packaging totalmente sostenibile. Il mercato della cosmesi anti-age, nonostante i duri colpi della pandemia, promette una crescita per i prossimi anni e il target evidenziato è, la chiamiamo Paola, una libera professionista di 50 anni che professa una vita, diciamo, di benessere, però in realtà una vita molto frenetica. Ci siamo chiesti cosa spinge Paola ad acquistare un cosmetico e lo abbiamo chiesto a 380 persone, i quali hanno risposto l'efficacia di principi attivi. Il contesto competitivo non presenta l'efficacia di Pista Active F né una certificazione quale il brevetto. Le prospettive economiche e finanziarie sono stati calcolati i minimi di produzione, ipotizzando un campione, quindi una sola linea di produzione di 50 ml a 80 euro, i costi equiparano quasi i ricavi, che sono distribuiti per studi medici di medicina estetica, di cui già godiamo di partnership ed e-commerce, successivamente spa e profumeria. La nostra richiesta di investimento è di 100.000, giustificata dall'altissimo investimento in marketing. Abbiamo vinto un paio di competizioni, abbiamo scorsa settimana concluso la nostra campagna di comunicazione, a settembre apriremo gli investimenti e nel 2024 puntiamo all'export estero. Il nostro management è sia esterno che interno, soprattutto per la parte di produzione ci affidiamo a fornitori. Noi siamo le founder, io mi occupo della parte marketing, Arianna è il nostro medico cosmetologo ed estetico e il team ha skills prevalentemente in digital marketing. Stiamo cercando un copywriter e un web design junior, se qualcuno conosce queste figure. Questa è Chimia, ci trovate sui social, presto avvieremo la campagna di comunicazione. Grazie a tutti. Posso chiedere alla regia se mi lascia le slide, per favore? Grazie.
Bene, abbiamo la prima domanda.
Ciao a tutti, innanzitutto i complimenti perché è un bellissimo progetto, quindi complimenti davvero, ottima esposizione, ottimo pitch. La domanda che mi facevo è questa: è chiaro dal punto di vista, diciamo, tecnico il potere antiossidante di questo estratto dalle malle del pistacchio? Mi domandavo se sono stati effettuati degli studi clinici che dimostrano quello che magari se i risultati attesi corrispondono alla realtà.
Sì, questi sono gli studi clinici, come si vede non si vede bene, il potere antiossidante è certificato dall'azienda Fembiox ed è di 9.680, quindi abbiamo degli studi clinici che attestano questo potere, ragion per cui abbiamo dovuto brevettare, comunque proteggerlo.
Altre domande? O feedback?
Io volevo dare soltanto un paio di feedback. Si è capito benissimo l'idea, l'esposizione è stata perfetta secondo me. L'unica cosa dal punto di vista dell'esposizione avrei preferito meno slide ma un po' più di respiro, perché sono state effettivamente molto frenetiche. Magari concentrare i concetti in meno slide per aiutare anche chi segue a andare un po' più calmo e a assaporare, diciamo, tra virgolette, l'idea. E per quanto riguarda appunto dal punto di vista da designer, nella slide di comparazione tra i vari competitor, una distinzione un po' più netta dal punto di vista visivo rispetto ai competitor, perché cromaticamente eravamo molto simili, quindi facevo fatica a distinguere i punti di forza e i punti di debolezza.
Grazie, ne faremo tesoro. Grazie.
Intanto ti volevo dire che hai risparmiato 12 secondi, potevi anche respirare nel frattempo, che sei brava a esporre, quindi ok. Avrei preferito delle slide più ordinate e meno fotografie prese da internet.
Non sono nostre, sono dell'ultimo shooting.
O vostre, va bene.
Grazie.
Però un po' più di ordine. Hai fatto bene a prepararti le varie risposte alle domande, si vede che hai presentato più volte. Volevo sapere da donna perché questo e non l'acido ialuronico piuttosto che collagene o altro?
Allora, in realtà abbiamo provato a creare una composizione del più naturale possibile. E comunque Pista Active F è così forte che non necessita di troppi principi attivi in aggiunta. Noi abbiamo provato 6 versioni della crema e questa è stata, diciamo, la composizione che più ha avuto efficacia. Ne avevamo un'altra con l'acido ialuronico che non si chiama del tutto così in cosmesi perché deve essere assorbito dalla pelle, però abbiamo scelto questa perché, insomma, ci ha dato una maggiore resa. L'abbiamo fatto testare, insomma, è stato quello. Attualmente sì. Sì, attualmente sì. Grazie comunque.
Allora, il mio è un feedback perché sarebbe troppo lungo da approfondire qui, però ti dico che sicuramente si vede che già tutto quello, i compiti a casa del fare start-up li avete fatti benissimo, ok? Quindi già va tutto bene. Ti invito quindi a iniziare a potenziare altri elementi tipo il branding, l'identità visiva, l'investimento, perché solo 100 sono pochi se vuoi un determinato posizionamento o forse no, cioè, quindi ti consiglio di passare al next level.
Grazie mille per il feedback. Esatto, abbiamo concluso settimana prossima e settimana scorsa proprio i contenuti e stiamo cercando di identificare al meglio il nostro brand. Successivamente non posso fare troppi spoiler, però seguiranno tanti progetti proprio per il posizionamento, quindi sarà un lungo percorso. Teniamo tanto a questo aspetto, ti ringrazio per il feedback.
Ciao, intanto complimenti, noi ti seguiamo passo passo ovunque, sappilo. Allora, io volevo farti una domanda. Ovviamente hai esposto i tuoi competitor. Alcuni dei tuoi competitor, anche che non hai messo tu, ma che io magari conosco per altri motivi miei, hanno anche diversificato. Ora, quello che voi avete analizzato è una cosa fighissima, cioè secondo me non dovete aggiungere niente, perché più naturale è e più riesci ad avere un buon risultato, meglio è per tutti, diciamo, oltre che per chi la usa. Ma avete pensato anche voi, cioè avete fatto dei test su altri ambiti, che non è proprio solo la crema viso, ecco, ma anche altri, perché secondo me c'è tantissimo potenziale, quindi quando voi andate a sfruttare questo prodotto, visto che avete già brevettato questo, potrebbe essere interessante anche avere un ventaglio non solo per la persona da 50 anni, ma anche per la 18enne e anche per la 70enne, ecco, in questo senso.
Già, il mio team mi ucciderà, però sì, già abbiamo diversi prodotti già in produzione in fase di test, quindi ne vedrete tante, però vogliamo partire proprio con la crema viso perché ha la sua massima efficacia, abbiamo scelto proprio questa per la massima efficacia, quindi sì, ci sarà tanto altro in realtà. Grazie. Ci trovate sui social se volete approfondire. Grazie.
Grazie. Benissimo, comunque oltre che sui social, a fine evento, se avete domande o altri feedback da dare ai nostri start-upper, approfittiamone e creiamo queste connessioni qui ad Isola. Ok, andiamo avanti con la prossima startup, anche questa collegata da remoto. Alessandro Romano.
Con It Insect ci siamo.
Buonasera.
Ciao Alessandro, ci senti?
Si sente, si vede?
Perfetto. Ok, allora anche tu hai 3 minuti, a partire da adesso.
Vabbè, parto di corsa. Allora, It Insect è un progetto sostenibile. Si può spegnere il microfono? Mi risento la mia voce indietro. Si riesce? Ok. Allora, It Insect è un progetto sostenibile con la missione di ridurre la sovrappesca per 1 milione di tonnellate di pesce pescato all'anno. E vorrei portarvi subito all'interno se funzionano le slide. Buona. È bloccato tutto. Io sento.
Ok, noi ti sentiamo, tranquilla, noi stiamo staccando i microfoni e vai. Quando sei pronto, vai.
Però si è bloccato tutto. Ecco qua. Allora, vorrei portarvi oggi nell'ufficio dei nostri clienti, quindi gli itticoltori. Gli itticoltori e l'itticoltura da cui deriva oltre il 50% del pesce che noi mangiamo e che la maggior parte di noi pensa che che derivi da una fonte più sostenibile della pesca. L'acquacoltura invece non è esattamente più sostenibile della pesca e infatti quadruplica l'effetto che l'uomo ha sull'oceano, perché per ogni chilo di pesce allevato che noi mangiamo, in realtà stiamo mangiando quello che deriva dai 4 kg di pesce pescato per diventare mangime per l'itticoltura. Ebbene, questo causa la sovrappesca, che è un fenomeno che rischia di svuotare i nostri oceani entro il 2050. La soluzione per rendere l'acquacoltura più sostenibile è di creare un mangime che è a zero impatto sul mare, e quindi un mangime che non contiene elementi come la farina e l'olio di pesce che derivano proprio da pesce pescato. E dunque It Insect produce un mangime a base di insetti, ma anche di scarti della filiera agricola, della filiera dei biocarburanti, che vengono trasformati attraverso processi microbici, processi meccanici, per ottenere poi un mangime per l'itticoltura che è ad altissimo rendimento nutrizionale per i pesci di allevamento. E l'impatto sostenibile di It Insect è molto importante, infatti per 1000 tonnellate di mangime It Insect valorizziamo 1000 tonnellate di scarti agricoli e salviamo 30 milioni di pesci, tutto ciò quasi dimezzando le emissioni di CO2 che derivano dalla produzione di mangimi tradizionali. Finora abbiamo parlato dell'ambiente, parliamo un attimo del nostro cliente, dell'itticoltore. Perché dovrebbe scegliere un mangime come It Insect? Bene, perché la maggiore efficienza nutritiva rende il pesce più sano e anche più grande, quindi generando un maggior margine di guadagno. E in più, grazie alla certificazione zero impatto sull'oceano, il pesce spiccherà sui banchi del supermercato ed è possibile tracciare quello che ha mangiato dal consumatore finale, quindi acquisendo valore al supermercato. Questa è un'immagine del test che abbiamo fatto su 300 trote per 2 mesi in partnership con 4 università, che ha rivelato una crescita del pesce del 9% in più rispetto ai pesci nutriti con mangime tradizionale. Vi presento brevemente la nostra squadra, in cui abbiamo 4 biologi, biotecnologi, biologi marini che rendono possibile la nostra missione. Grazie.
Un altro applauso.
L'abbiamo detto, siamo svizzerissimi con i minuti, l'importanza del timing.
Avete ragione. E anzi, mi dispiace non essere lì di presenza, purtroppo dovevo essere lì di presenza, ma il mio volo è stato spostato domani per venire a fare il primo progetto pilota industriale proprio in Sicilia.
Ti aspettiamo allora presto, quando vuoi basta contattarci e ci racconti di presenza.
Grazie mille.
Abbiamo 5 minuti di domande e poi l'ultima startup. Di feedback, ok.
Sono 2.
Ciao, complimenti per l'idea della presentazione. Una domanda che spero di non averla persa durante la presentazione. I pesci crescono bene, sani e 9% più grassi, figo. Avete fatto studi più grandi, ok. Avete fatto studi sulla salute umana, cioè questi pesci cresciuti e allevati con questi prodotti, a livello dell'impatto sulla salute dell'essere umano, ci sono degli studi, ci avete mai pensato o non fa parte, diciamo, degli standard andare ad analizzare queste cose? Sono curioso da questo punto di vista.
Assolutamente fondamentale. Quello che noi produciamo è un mangime che passa dai pesci, ma alla fine quello che è importante è il consumatore finale. Dunque faremo alla fine, sono stati fatti, ma non sono ancora usciti i risultati dei test che abbiamo fatto sui filetti delle trote, sulle analisi del sangue e anche dal punto di vista istologico, in maniera tale da essere sicuri che il pesce è un buon pesce per la consumazione umana.
Sì.
Ciao, innanzitutto complimenti per quest'idea. Una curiosità, forse lo stavi accennando anche prima, se avete già in mente come dal punto di vista industriale scalare questo progetto. quindi come produrre in grandi quantità questo prodotto.
Assolutamente. Questo è molto importante per noi anche perché l'itticoltura si basa fondamentalmente su grandi quantità e dal punto di vista commerciale siamo abbastanza verticalizzati perché andiamo dal prodotto di scarto dagli insetti fino al mangime per l'itticoltura. Dal punto di vista tecnico ci concentriamo sulla parte di trasformazione dei sottoprodotti in ingredienti per i mangimi per l'itticoltura e dunque è abbastanza facile, visto il costo relativamente basso dal punto di vista di capitale, scalare questa sezione della trasformazione dei sottoprodotti, quando invece per la parte di estrusione dei mangimi ci affidiamo a un terzista con cui abbiamo già accordi che può produrre fino a 10.000 tonnellate, quindi il problema non si pone sotto questo punto di vista.
Ok, qualche altra domanda?
Ciao, innanzitutto complimenti per il progetto che è molto interessante. Ti chiedo però delle maggiori informazioni relative al modello di business, proprio al piano aziendale che c'è dietro il prodotto, perché ti sei molto concentrato su problema, soluzione, prodotto, ma mi manca un po' di mercato, modello di business, competitor, partner, un po' di struttura aziendale. Grazie.
Benissimo, allora il mercato della mangimistica per l'itticoltura vale circa 1 miliardo in Italia e 9 miliardi in Europa. Ci sono una serie di competitor che si focalizzano soprattutto sulla mangimistica per trote, orate e spigole, che sono le tre specie di pesce su cui ci concentriamo anche noi, e che però sono limitati in termini di ricerca biotecnologica perché hanno dei contratti in cui sono obbligati a fare delle enormi quantità di mangime e sono dunque limitati nella scelta dei sottoprodotti da valorizzare, quando invece noi abbiamo un po' più di flessibilità sotto questo punto di vista. Dal punto di vista di modello di business, è un modello vendita diretta e in un modello, come si dice, subscription. Insomma, con una vendita ripetuta e spalmata sui 2 anni, che sono alla fine il tempo della vita del pesce. Quindi tu fai un pesce che viene comprato dal supermercato, che è messo nella filiera sostenibile, il pesce dovrà aver consumato per 2 anni il mangime It Insect, e dunque c'è una vendita su appunto 2 anni per ogni vasca di pesce.
Ok.
Perfetto, grazie. Parla vicino a me.
No.
Che hanno staccato tutti i microfoni.
Mi avete staccato? Ok, ora mi sentite. Ok.
Grazie Alessandro.
Benissimo.
Allora ti aspettiamo in Sicilia.
Grazie mille.
Perfetto, proseguiamo con l'ultima startup. Chiamo Luca Manca di For Good Cause.
Un applauso di incoraggiamento.
Grazie. Innanzitutto sono Luca Manca, co-founder di For Good Cause. Come possiamo vedere, ogni giorno i nostri quotidiani affrontano il tema della sostenibilità ambientale e della transizione ecologica. Ma come possiamo contribuire tutti definendo una nuova direzione che coinvolga ambiente, società, cultura, persone ed economia? La nostra soluzione è For Good Cause, un aggregatore che ha lo scopo di supportare e finanziare cause e progetti ambientali che partono dal basso, e lo fa per mezzo di una piattaforma innovativa che integra insieme un marketplace etico, un crowdfunding alimentato da un sistema di cashback charity e una social community. Il nostro ecosistema è composto da consumatori, aziende e associazioni di volontariato ambientale con lo scopo di diffondere e facilitare la transizione green. La tecnologia è stata progettata internamente con l'obiettivo di sviluppare un prodotto altamente scalabile, semplice e intuitivo da utilizzare. Tutti i nostri utenti, quindi aziende, associazioni, consumatori, gestiscono un proprio profilo social gratuitamente, interagiscono tra loro in un ambiente virtuale protetto da ogni hate speech, possono supportare, proporre e finanziare progetti di tutela ambientale, possono vendere o acquistare prodotti e servizi attenti all'ambiente e possono concorrere tutti insieme a un sistema di gamification che premia le buone interazioni degli utenti. Le caratteristiche della nostra tecnologia sono gli eco-cash, ovvero una moneta virtuale ricavata dalle intermediazioni commerciali che l'utente riceve ad ogni acquisto e destina al progetto ambientale che più preferisce. Astrea, la nostra intelligenza artificiale contro ogni hate speech, è un indice della sostenibilità, ovvero un algoritmo che calcola il grado di maturità sostenibile di ogni azienda assegnando un rating e traducendo questo rating con una maggiore visibilità all'interno della piattaforma. Il modello di business si basa sulle intermediazioni commerciali, su convenzioni B2B rivolte alle aziende meno virtuose per incentivarle verso un percorso di transizione e servizi premium di assistenza. Tra i competitors abbiamo individuato quelle piattaforme che praticano il sistema del cashback charity. Le nostre leve differenzianti sono la semplicità dello strumento e il grande coinvolgimento dei suoi utenti, nonché i dati sulla maturità sostenibile delle aziende coinvolte e l'impatto delle cause ambientali finanziate. Gli impatti di Forgoes sono di tipo economico, ambientale e sociale. Economico in quanto incrementiamo produzioni e consumi sostenibili. Ambientale perché attraverso questo incontro ricaviamo risorse finanziarie per supportare progetti di tutela ambientale. Sociale perché mettiamo a sistema progetti che partono dal basso, il tutto in un ambiente virtuale sano. Il team è composto da professionisti affermati nel settore del marketing, della comunicazione, dello sviluppo informatico e soprattutto nello sviluppo di start-up. Tra le nostre milestones voglio evidenziare la partecipazione come content partner di GECO, la prima fiera virtuale sulla sostenibilità dello scorso gennaio, in cui solo 3 giorni abbiamo validato la nostra startup con oltre 30 aziende e altrettante associazioni pronte a utilizzare il nostro strumento e da cui abbiamo ricevuto le prime lettere di intenti. Per quanto riguarda la roadmap, sono lieto di annunciare che siamo pronti per il lancio della nostra alfa e voglio salutarvi con una call to action. Possiamo contribuire alla transizione ecologica? Insieme sì. Con For Good Cause l'unione delle piccole azioni genera il grande cambiamento. Grazie per l'attenzione.
Grazie Luca.
Ok, al via con i feedback. Mani alzate. Ok, non ti vedevo.
Ciao, allora intanto complimenti comunque per l'idea perché comunque è una buona causa sicuramente. Volevo chiederti se avete già effettuato dei test di user experience riguardo appunto queste piattaforme che avete creato, perché ho visto che l'hai messa comunque tra i punti di forza vostri, la semplicità di utilizzo. Cioè vorrei capire se è testata questa semplicità di utilizzo e quindi se è validata da parte degli utenti.
Allora, ancora non l'abbiamo aperta mettendola a disposizione dei nostri utenti. È stata progettata per permettere una user experience abbastanza semplice, sia dal punto di vista dell'utente sia per rendere lo strumento abbastanza scalabile. Dal punto di vista, ripeto, dell'utilizzo e dei test pratici sulla piattaforma lo faremo a breve col lancio della nostra alfa, dove permetteremo intanto ai nostri amici e partner di essere i primi early adopters e abbiamo intenzione di organizzare un evento per presentare al pubblico il lancio e quindi rendere aperta la piattaforma a tutti. Grazie.
Ok, altri feedback? Sì, arrivo.
Salve. Volevo sapere l'emissione dell'eco-cash, chi lo gestisce?
Allora, l'eco-cash fondamentalmente altro non è che una modalità per gestire il sistema di crowdfunding interno, vale a dire raccogliere risorse dalle intermediazioni commerciali per poi andare a supportare i progetti ambientali. Chi lo gestisce? Ad ogni acquisto viene ricavata dall'intermediazione commerciale una quota che viene appunto restituita sotto forma di cashback all'utente, che conserva in un proprio salvadanaio virtuale e decide in totale autonomia quale progetto andare a supportare. Ogni causa a raggiungimento obiettivo, l'eco cash viene convertito in moneta reale, dove For Good Cause ovviamente andrà a finanziare il progetto che l'utente propone.
Perfetto, grazie. Ci sono altre domande? Feedback? Parlate ora oppure...
Qualsiasi altro feedback, comunque domanda a tutti gli
startup.
startup.
Qui a disposizione, è anche il mio primo pitch in presenza, perché il progetto nasce durante il lockdown, quindi approfittatene.
Bene. Siamo contenti allora di averti ospitato.
Soprattutto hai superato questa difficoltà dei 3 minuti alla grande.
Sì, diciamo che ho sfruttato anche gli articoli determinativi, cioè se potevo eliminarli, l'articolo in più preferivo, lo toglievo.
Eliminiamo gli articoli.
Va bene, grazie a tutti comunque per l'opportunità e per averci ascoltato. Saluto il team che è sempre presente sia nel lavoro che in questi momenti di networking. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie.
Bene, allora io ne approfitto per prendere 2 minuti e dire 2 cose esatte. Innanzitutto ci devo dire che l'AppIdee è il format con cui è nata UTAB. Quindi UTAB è nata 10 anni fa e nel corso degli anni si sono susseguiti diversi ragazzi che hanno supportato questa associazione, che l'hanno costruita, che l'hanno cambiata e l'hanno arricchita nel corso degli anni. L'appuntamento delle idee è uno di quei format di UTAB in cui veramente chi ha un'idea, un progetto e vuole validarla insieme a noi o vuole mettersi in gioco, anche presentarla davanti a un pubblico di sconosciuti, è davvero difficile. Quindi quello che vogliamo noi è dare le basi anche dalle presentazioni e non solo, quindi ampliare il raggio del kit dello startupper in diversi modi. E altra cosa, la seconda cosa che ci tenevo a dire è ringraziare tutto il team di UTAB, da Giuseppe che si è fatto in 4 per l'organizzazione di questo AppIdee, e tutto il team, Andrea, Emanuela, Fabio, Guido, non so se qualcun altro è qui perché io non vedo con queste luci nessun altro, quindi io vi invito a venire qui. Ci tenevo a fare un applauso a tutto il team di UTAB.
Venite.
Tantissimo anche ai nostri partner e ai nostri supporter che sono qui, che ci hanno accompagnato in questa giornata con feedback, domande. So che è difficile rimanere buoni quando avete tanta esperienza alle spalle, però vi ringrazio perché non sono presenti soltanto oggi qui con le domande, ma dietro le quinte di UTAB è composto anche dai partner. Quindi grazie anche a voi. Ultimissima, poi la smetto. Ultimissima cosa, sono contenta di questa partnership che è nata tra Isola e UTAB, quindi è bello che anche UTAB possa avere casa ad Isola, quindi per i propri eventi, le proprie riunioni, e trovare un'altra community partner per nuovi progetti e nuove iniziative. Quindi grazie Antonio e tutto lo staff di Isola.
Grazie.
Detto questo, io non parlo più. Adesso forse Andrea voleva invitare qualcuno all'Appanino, io so che cos'è l'Appanino.
Ragazzi, brevemente, dopo l'AppIdee ci andremo a mangiare un panino, quindi chi di voi vuole venire? Faremo del networking, del sano networking e mangeremo un panino, banalmente, quindi chi vuole unirsi a noi basta che ci chiede, si può unire, tutto qui.
Perfetto. Okay. Grazie, allora andiamo a rinfrescarci tutti insieme.
Grazie a tutti.
Yes.
so wrong.